Chapter 1999. The short 1,000-meter road, leading to the Soaring Dragon altar, had become the burial ground of countless Origin King realm cultivators. Half an hour later, the first group of several dozen cultivators was less than 100 meters from the Soaring Dragon altar. At such a close distance, the dozen or so treasures on the altar could be seen clearly. For a moment, no matter who these people were, or where they came from, their breathing became rapid. However, there were only a dozen or so treasures, while more than 40 cultivators had arrived first. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to divide them evenly. More than half of the cultivators were destined to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously noticed this as well, so after approaching within 10 meters of the Soaring Dragon altar, everyone secretly raised their strength, their eyes flickering with inexplicable hostility. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic as a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed towards a burly man. "Damn, I knew you would attack father here. So you finally couldn't hold back and acted?" The burly man seemed to have been prepared. When he saw the enemy beside him make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The next moment, a hexagonal green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding most of his body behind it. Pung. A loud bang rang out, and although the golden arrow was quite powerful, it was still blocked by the burly man who had been prepared for it. Seeing this situation, the one who launched the sneak attack could not help being stunned. The burly man laughed sinisterly and retracted his shield at lightning speed. He clenched his fists tightly, and origin energy surged wildly from his fists. Suddenly attacking his enemy, he shouted, "Overlord's Holy Fist!" This was obviously an extremely powerful secret technique, and the moment his fist flew out, there was actually a faint trace of domain filling it. It was obvious that this burly man had already touched the threshold of the Dao Source realm, and perhaps he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Within the fist wind, there was a sense of supremacy. This imposing aura caused the face of the cultivator, who had launched the sneak attack, to change. He hurriedly turned around, and at the same time stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A 1-meter-long sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger on the tip of the sword and poured his origin energy into the sword. His expression suddenly became solemn. "Water Moon Mirror Flower," he recited in a low voice, his long sword forming half a circle in the air. In the void, a mirror made of sword light suddenly appeared. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. The Overlord Holy Fist arrived as expected, but it was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters of the two Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters pushed forward at the same time, suppressing the other party fiercely. Kacha! It was as if even space could not withstand such a violent collision of power, and a small crack appeared in that instant. Good. I finally met a decent guy. Delightful. Not only was the robust man not shocked when he saw this, he roared with laughter instead, with an extremely arrogant expression. His opponent, on the other hand, was secretly complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a lunatic when he had just casually launched a sneak attack on a person and wanted to eliminate his competitor in advance. Helplessly, he could only brace himself to fight. The battle between the two of them had just started, but the 40 or so cultivator on the first level seemed to have already discussed it beforehand. All of them began to move. However, none of them approached the Soaring Dragon altar. Instead, they all attacked the cultivators closest to them, intending to kill them. In an instant, the vicinity of the Soaring Dragon altar became chaotic. Ambushes played out one after another. Often, one cultivator had just launched a sneak attack on his target, but in the next moment, he would be counterattacked by another cultivator, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight 1 against 2. There were solo fights as well. Some fought in a melee, while others joined forces to eliminate the enemy. These elite Origin King Realm Masters belonging to Maplewood City seemed to have become each other's enemies at this moment, and after a short while, their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed their martial skills and artifacts. creating a dazzling sight to behold. The second and third level cultivator, who had fallen behind, were dumbfounded for a while. But soon they were pleasantly surprised. Because this way, they might have a chance to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. Immediately, none of them uttered a single word as they gathered their strength and moved forward. However, their thinking was obviously too simple. The cultivators of the first level were indeed fighting, but once a latecomer approached, these fellows would all give up on attacking their opponent and join forces to instantly kill the latecomer. It seemed that in their opinion, only the first level cultivator could be considered a real competitor, while the latecomers were just a bunch of clowns. What qualifications did they have to get their hands on these treasures? After 20 to 30 latecomers died one after another, the second level cultivator finally understood the situation and no longer dared to approach at will. Yang Kai was among the second level cultivator, and when he saw this scene, he could not help frowning. If he wanted to approach the soaring dragon altar at this time, he was bound to be attacked by the first level cultivator. But if he did not approach, he would not be able to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but snort coldly and shout loudly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Aren't all of you taking others too lightly by acting so overbearingly? Friends, if you want to leap over the dragon gate, then follow me. Saying so, Yang Kai set an example and rushed up first. Originally, the cultivators in the second layer were not willing to be stopped in their tracks. But when they heard Yang Kai shout about the carp leaping over the dragon gate, and recalled what Qin Yu had said before, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. One after another, they responded to Yang Kai's call and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, advancing forward with ominous looks in their eyes. Smelly brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first. Soon, the two masters in front of Yang Kai locked onto him. These two masters had been fighting fiercely with each other, but when they heard Yang Kai's words, they both set him as their target. Since these two could reach the first level, they were obviously elites among Origin Kings. And when they joined forces, even if they could not defeat a Dao Source Realm Master, they were definitely not something an Origin King in the same realm could resist. One of them summoned a big axe and chopped down at Yang Kai. With a flash of brilliance, a huge axe seal fell like a meteor, unstoppable. The other man stretched out his hand and slapped a small bell in his hand. Every time he did so, his expression would become more solemn, and the bell would emit a strange sound that converged into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Circulating his strength madly, he flipped his hand and grasped a big saber. Driving the saber with his divine sense, he chopped down at one of them from a distance. The saber flashed brilliantly as a silent attack rushed straight into that person's knowledge sea, immediately tearing through that person's divine sense defenses and cutting into his knowledge sea. In this person's sea of consciousness, the wind and clouds suddenly surged as if there was a huge force that split his sea of consciousness into two, rolling up a huge wave. However, the huge wave didn't fall. Instead, it strangely evaporated in midair. The knowledge sea was the source of a cultivator's soul, so when the sea water in one's knowledge sea evaporated, one's soul was bound to be damaged. As if struck by lightning, this person suddenly froze in place, his eyes trembling and filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The next moment, this person's neck bent, and he fell to the ground dead. What? The other person was shocked as he stared at his previous opponent in disbelief. He was very clear about how difficult this opponent was to deal with. The two of them had been evenly matched just now, but now, he had been killed by an Origin King cultivator in a single move. An Origin King absolutely did not have this ability, so the reason for this was that big saber. What level of artifact is this? Just as this person was in a daze, Yang Kai's figure flickered, avoiding the joint attack of this person and the other person, approaching him with a grin on his face, while raising the big saber in his hand again. It wasn't until this moment that this person discovered that this big saber was somewhat different from the others. A dark light flowed from this saber, as if there was some kind of inexplicable force pulling on his soul. It was as if he looked at this saber for too long, his soul would be cut open, causing him a faint pain. Horrified, he quickly averted his eyes. The soul-splitting saber, the Emperor artifact that belonged to the Insect Emperor. After Yang Kai killed the Insect Emperor, he had obtained 2 Emperor artifacts from him. One was the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, and the other was the soul-splitting saber. However, the power of these 2 Emperor artifacts was too great, and Yang Kai's strength was not high enough at the time to refine them, so he could only set them aside. Later, during several adventures, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet played a role. For example, in the Severed World, it repelled the illusionary Void Butterfly's attack, and under the Blue Feather Sex Ice Cliff, it deterred the monster Insect Queen, allowing Yang Kai to subdue it. With these experiences, Yang Kai realized the importance of Emperor artifacts, and began trying to refine the soul-splitting saber in his spare time. Although he had spent a lot of energy and time, he still couldn't completely refine the soul-splitting saber. Even if he used it, he could only display a fraction of its power. Just like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai still couldn't display its full power. However, an Emperor artifact was still an Emperor artifact. Even if he could only display a small amount of its power, it was still not something an Origin King could resist. In particular, the power of the soul-splitting saber was extremely strange. It could be controlled by one's divine sense, and only cut one's soul, not one's physical body, making it extremely difficult to defend against. To a certain extent, the soul-splitting saber could be regarded as a soul-type artifact. It was even rarer than a defensive artifact. And Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful. So when he used the soul-splitting saber against an enemy, how could an Origin King of the same level resist? In a single exchange, the enemy's soul would be destroyed, and they would die on the spot. Yang Kai had done this deliberately. Now, there seemed to be an invisible consensus between the first-layer cultivator and the second-layer cultivator not to approach the soaring dragon altar. If Yang Kai wanted to deter his enemies, he could only kill a few of them first. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Yang Kai believed that no one would dare to stop him again. Sure enough, after that person died, the other cultivator saw Yang Kai raise the soul-splitting saber again and instinctively retreated in horror. This retreat immediately triggered the soaring dragon altar's barrier. Chapter 2000. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, heading straight for the retreating cultivator. This cultivator's complexion changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he tried to escape at an even faster speed. At the same time, his body flashed wildly, as if he was using all his defensive strength. However, no matter how fast this cultivator was, he could not outrun the power of the soaring dragon altar. In just a breath of time, the beam of light caught up with this cultivator and directly pierced through his body. In front of this beam of light, this cultivator's countless layers of defensive strength were as fragile as paper. Ah! A scream rang out as this cultivator fell to the ground with a thud. Just like the other cultivator who had been killed by the beam of light before, his flesh and bones were all shattered, his death a miserable one. Everyone in the surroundings paled in horror. After all, from the time Yang Kai took action to the time these 2 cultivators died one after the other, only 3 breaths had passed. In just 3 breaths of time, 2 peak Origin Kings had died one after another. No matter what kind of artifact Yang Kai used, or what kind of technique he used, it was enough to show that he was not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the cultivator near Yang Kai changed, filled with dread and panic, as they consciously or unconsciously put some distance between them. It was obvious they did not want to become enemies with him. This effect was exactly what Yang Kai had hoped for. With a flip of his wrist, he put away the soul-splitting saber and walked forward. Ignoring the numerous cultivator around him, Yang Kai was extremely arrogant. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the crowd, one that sounded somewhat like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, it sounded like the roar of a beast. Everyone was startled as they turned to look at the source of the roar. But in the next moment, their expressions froze. Because in that position, A man in his 30s wearing brocade robes had used some kind of unknown secret technique to suddenly become extremely red, like a roasted prawn, exuding bursts of hot steam. Above his head, the shadow of a fiery red flood dragon appeared. This flood dragon phantom was almost tangible as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, flickering slightly before diving into the man's body. The next moment, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the aura he exuded was mixed with a trace of dragon pressure. Duan Tianxi. It was Duan Tianxi. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Is he the son of the city lord master? I've long heard that this fellow obtained a complete Jiao dragon soul by chance when he was young. So it's true. This is bad. With the help of this Jiao dragon's soul, the resistance to his advancement will be greatly reduced. Many cultivators started to shout at the same time. Some looked unwilling, some looked envious, but most of them looked fearful. Yang Kai instantly understood the identity of this person. It was the son of the city lord, Duan Yuanshan, Duan Tianxi. That flood dragon phantom was clearly the flood dragon soul he had obtained in his early years. He used a secret technique to resist the pressure of the dragon might in this place. Although the flood dragon was not part of the true dragon clan, it still had a trace of the true dragon bloodline. It was best to use it to fight against dragon might. Duan Tianxi was a patient person and had not exposed this advantage of his. Only when they were close enough to the soaring dragon altar did they suddenly take the initiative to seize the initiative. However, he was not the only one with this plan. Just as Duan Tianxi stimulated the flood dragon's soul, another young man not far away let out a shout, and a semicircular, bell-like defensive barrier suddenly appeared around him. The attacks of the surrounding cultivators fell on this young man, but he ignored them all and simply stared at the treasure on the soaring dragon altar with fiery eyes, as he walked forward step by step. However, none of these attacks could break through his defense, and were all blocked. Its raging fire temple's immovable heavenly king bell. This person is Zhong Zijin of Raging Fire Temple. A cultivator recognized the name and artifact used by this cultivator at once. Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact, Immovable Heavenly King Bell? That's cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Many Origin King Realm cultivators shouted angrily. Although Zhong Zijin could not display the full power of the immovable Heavenly King Bell with his current cultivation, it was still a Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact, and was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could break. Only a dozen or so people working together could pose a threat to him. Zhong Zijin walked forward while turning his head to look at the people attacking him and sneered. This zone will remember all of you. When this matter is over, this zone will definitely pay you a visit. As soon as these words came out, many Origin Kings turned pale. Young Master Zhong, this is a misunderstanding. This one had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Zhong, and offended you. Please forgive this one, young Master Zhong. If you had reported your name earlier, I would not have attacked you. An Origin King quickly admitted defeat, fearing that Zhong Zijin would settle accounts with him later. Me too, young Master Zhong. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Young Master Zhong, is there a need for this? Zhong Zijin sneered again and again as he continued walking forward, saying lightly, Good, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. But, if anyone dares to harass this young master again, I will not let them off easily in the future. We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, young Master Zhong. The cultivator was overjoyed. Zhong Zijin obviously knew that now was not the time to be entangled with these people. If he did not take a step back and force them to fight him to the death, it would only benefit others, so he did not push them too far. Besides Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin, Yang Kai was the fastest to act. Since he had already reached this point, he naturally channeled a little bit of the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon to resist the invisible pressure of the dragon's might. Therefore, to a certain extent, he was the most relaxed of them all. As the three moved forward, they looked at each other, sparks flying between their eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was feeling bitter in his heart at this moment. He did not feel any joy at all because unlike Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin, he had no backer or background. If he really took away all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He was considering whether to let Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin make the first move to share some of the pressure. But soon, he rejected this idea, because no matter how many treasures he took away, he was bound to be targeted. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way. Just as he made up his mind, Duan Tianxi suddenly formed a seal with his hands and immediately tapped his body a few times. As he did so, Duan Tianxi's aura, which was not weak to begin with, suddenly soared. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, he let out a hearty laugh and shot out several dozen meters, arriving next to the soaring dragon altar in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, while Zhong Zijin's face also changed as he grit his teeth and sped up. "It's all mine." Duan Tianxi laughed as he stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword-like artifact. Of the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar, this long sword had the best appearance. It was clear at first glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. Duan Tianxi was a cautious person, so when he picked up this long sword artifact, he also deliberately observed his surroundings. At the same time, he secretly circulated the qi in his body to guard against the unexpected. But what surprised him the most was that he was able to pick up the sword with ease. This result made him stunned, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to put his first harvest into his space ring, then, something unexpected happened. Less than a breath after the long sword left the soaring dragon altar, it twisted and became a withered branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lost its spirituality. A gust of wind blew, and the withered branch broke in two and fell to the ground. Duan Tianxi's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of the mini cultivator who were staring at him were also quite interesting. Some were questioning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were thinking, is this fake? After a while, Duan Tianxi roared unwillingly, threw away the half-withered branch in his hand, and grabbed another hammer artifact. He took out the second artifact, but after leaving the soaring dragon altar, it also turned into an ordinary stone. An illusion. This is an illusion. We've all been deceived. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. There was no need for this person to remind them, as almost everyone realized this. After all, the process of Duan Tianxi picking up the two artifacts had been witnessed by everyone, so there was no opportunity to fake it, nor was it possible to swap them out. As such, the only explanation was that the treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not real, but were instead illusions created by a powerful illusion. For a time, the cultivator who was moving forward stopped one after another, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the carp leaping through the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon. This legendary artifact had turned out to be a huge scam. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. The moment Duan Tianxi used his secret technique to rush forward, he had been burning with anxiety. But now, such a dramatic scene had occurred, catching him off guard. Suddenly, his expression changed as he closed his eyes and opened them again. No one noticed that his left eye had turned into a golden slit. The next moment he rushed forward. On the other side, Zhong Zijin also arrived near the soaring dragon altar, and after exchanging a glance with Duan Tianxi, he began picking up treasures from the soaring dragon altar, before throwing them down in disappointment. These seemingly extraordinary secret arts were all extremely ordinary and useless. After being thrown to the ground, they directly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Soon, Yang Kai also joined in. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a look, cursing angrily before throwing it away. Not long after, under the joint inspection of the three cultivators, none of the things on the soaring dragon altar were real. How could this be? Duan Tianxi seemed to be unable to accept this outcome, and muttered in disappointment. It seems we were all played. Zhong Zijin laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 2001. The soaring dragon altar inside the five-colored treasure pagoda turned out to be a huge scam. The hundreds of origin kings were unable to accept this reality for a while. Near the soaring dragon altar, everyone wore gloomy expressions as they stared at the ground littered with corpses and broken bodies. If the soaring dragon altar was a scam, then what was the point of all these people dying? Some of these people were relatives and friends of those who were still alive. Young Lady Qin, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Suddenly, someone from the crowd looked towards Qin Yu, who was at the back of the group, and asked in a cold voice. Qin Yu had long since stopped in her tracks. Furthermore, due to her strength not being high enough, she had not walked very far. At this moment, even her bodyguards were lagging behind the rest of the crowd, with the nearest cultivator being only 30 to 40 meters away. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned, raised her head, and asked weakly, "This friend, what do you mean?" Does young Lady Qin not understand what I mean? You said this place was the soaring dragon altar, and we firmly believed you, but we never expected it to be a scam. So many people have died because of this. Does young Lady Qin intend to pretend to be deaf and mute? The person who spoke wore a look of righteous indignation, as if Qin Yu had really deceived them and wanted her to take responsibility for the dead cultivator. His statement was approved by many cultivator, and they all glared at Qin Yu, as if they wanted to vent their grievances on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's brow furrowed even more, but before she could speak, one of the guards beside her couldn't help coldly snorting. "This friend, can you please think before you speak? What does this have to do with my young lady? How could it have nothing to do with her? If it weren't for young Lady Qin Yu saying this was the soaring dragon altar, we wouldn't have rushed in here in a hot-blooded manner." Not waiting for the man to finish speaking, Duan Tianxi suddenly sneered, his face filled with killing intent as he stared at the man. How laughable. Think about it for yourselves. Even without young Lady Qin's guidance, would you be willing to let go of such a great opportunity here? After all, Duan Tianxi was the son of the city lord master. Moreover, his strength was not weak, and he had an extremely high reputation and popularity among the cultivator in Maplewood City. After hearing what he said, many people lowered their heads in contemplation and found that this was indeed the case. At that time, even without Qin Yu's explanation, everyone would not have ignored the soaring dragon altar and would have swarmed towards it. If that had happened, the result would likely have been the same as it was now. In other words, with or without Qin Yu, the outcome would not have changed. Don't you think it's a little too laughable to pin the blame on young Lady Qin, just because she gave you some pointers? Duan Tianxi looked coldly at the cultivator who spoke earlier. How would that person dare to meet Duan Tianxi's gaze? His eyes couldn't help but drift left and right. That's right. Miss Qin didn't do anything wrong. That would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of my raging fire temple. Zhong Zijin also spoke with an indifferent expression. My Jiang family has the same attitude. Jiang Chu, he replied with a smile, standing on the side of righteousness at the right time, helping the Jiang family accumulate reputation for himself. Of course we won't blame Miss Qin. This is just the irresponsible words of a few people. Miss Qin doesn't need to care about these clowns. Yes, if it weren't for Miss Qin, we wouldn't even know what this thing was. Instead of thanking her, you actually dared to criticize her. You are the scum of my Maplewood City's cultivator community. Scum. We are ashamed to be associated with such people. As everyone shouted, the face of the cultivator who had just accused Qin Yu turned red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Not far away, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Gracefully bowing, she said, "Everyone here is really reasonable, but this mistress is not wrong. This soaring dragon altar does indeed contain a treasure. Where is it?" Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin's faces became hot as they hurriedly asked. Yang Kai's heart sank as he stared fixedly at Qin Yu, lest she say something he didn't want to hear. Qin Yu smiled lightly and said, "This soaring dragon altar itself is a treasure. Perhaps what was placed on top of it before was an illusion, but the soaring dragon altar was made from the bones of a true dragon, an artifact refining material that even the Emperor realm covets." As soon as these words came out, Everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Yu continued. However, with our strength, it is impossible to destroy this soaring dragon altar, otherwise, it would not have existed inside the five-colored treasure pagoda for so long, and would have been taken away by a powerful master. If we rashly attack it, I'm afraid it will trigger a powerful barrier, so this mistress advises everyone not to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Zhong Zijin and Duan Tianxi's expressions gradually calmed down, as they turned their heads to look at the huge soaring dragon altar inside. A treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they were unable to mine it. This kind of mood was truly confusing. Right, young Lady Qin? Yang Kai, who had not spoken until now, suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Since young Lady Qin has some understanding of the soaring dragon altar, dare I ask, when can we leave here? After all, those friends who retreated before, you saw what happened to them. We can't be trapped here forever, can we?" "That's right, young Lady Qin, please enlighten us." Many people suddenly realized this problem, and all turned their eyes to Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully before smiling and saying, "You can leave now. Once the treasure on the soaring dragon altar disappears, the barrier around it will also lose its effect. This soaring dragon altar will sink into the ground in half an hour and drift away into the void. There is no telling when it will appear again. However, you can also choose not to leave. After all, the dragon pressure still exists. You should already be clear about the benefits of cultivating here, so there is no need for this mistress to explain." Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, feeling like his secret had been exposed, but he still gratefully said, "Many thanks for young Lady Qin's guidance." Having said so, he did not move. Learning from the mistakes of others, he did not want to be inexplicably killed by the light from the soaring dragon altar. As such, he simply sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a source condensing pill, and swallowed it while relying on the powerful dragon pressure here. Using this two-pronged approach, he began transforming the source qi in his body. Not only him, but all the other cultivators did not move, waiting for the first person to eat the crab to be born. Most of the cultivators were like Yang Kai. They sat down cross-legged, obviously not wanting to waste this great opportunity. As for the remaining people, they were eager to leave here and go elsewhere to search for treasures. However, none of them had the courage to leave, their eyes drifting left and right as they looked around. Seeing this situation, Qin Yu smiled slightly, turned around, and took a few steps back. "Young lady!" The guards beside her turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In a split second, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But what made them feel relieved was, Qin Yu did not encounter any attack from the soaring dragon altar. It seemed that what she said before was true. Once the treasure on the altar disappeared, the power of the barrier would no longer work. Seeing Qin Yu set an example, the other cultivators calmed down and used their own methods to leave. Soon, there were only a few dozen cultivators left near the soaring dragon altar. Yang Kai was among them. He had already dispersed the power of his golden divine dragon source, and was using his physical body to withstand the terrifying dragon pressure. Under the catalysis of the source condensing pill, he could feel the source qi in his body being transformed rapidly. After a brief calculation, he realized that cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to cultivating outside for about 10 days. Just as Qin Yu said, half an hour later, accompanied by the humming and trembling of the earth, the soaring dragon altar on the ground began to slowly sink into the ground under the influence of an inexplicable force. In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the entire soaring dragon altar disappeared without a trace. Even the oppressive dragon pressure had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Kai Yang sigh. Rising to his feet, turning his head, Yang Kai saw the dozens of cultivator left behind also stand up, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. However, all of them were safe and sound, and there were no disputes. Soon, these dozens of people flew off in different directions. Yang Kai also chose a direction at random, and continued to search for the 5 colored light pillars that led to the second layer. After flying for a short time though, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and increased his speed. 2 hours later, his expression turned ugly. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked behind him. There was no one behind him, but after waiting for a moment, a profound light quickly approached from the distance. When it got close, Yang Kai saw that it was a flight-type artifact similar to the one he had seen before. Aboard this ship, a delicate figure stood on the deck, looking into the distance, and after seeing Yang Kai, she hurriedly turned around, seemingly giving orders to someone nearby. Not long after, the ship flew in front of Yang Kai and slowly landed. Young Lady Qin. Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu and the several Origin King Realm guards who came down from the ship, and asked with a gloomy expression, "What is the meaning of this, young Lady Qin? Did you think I wouldn't notice you following me?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said apologetically, "Please don't take offense, Your Excellency. This mistress did not intend to follow you. It's just that Your Excellency's speed was too fast for my Qin family ship to catch up. So we followed you all the way." Yang Kai frowned, but the look on his face eased a little as he asked, "Does young Lady Qin mean you have something to discuss with me?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. "I have nothing to do with young Lady Qin, so why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he instinctively rejected this weak woman. In front of her, Yang Kai always felt a sense of insecurity. "Actually, it's nothing. This mistress just has a question to ask Your Excellency." "A question? And may I ask Your Excellency's surname?" "Is that it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Of course not." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled before suddenly coughing lightly, calming herself down before saying, "That's not what this mistress wanted to ask." Yang Kai nodded and said, "My surname is Yang." "So, it's Brother Yang." Qin Yu understood and immediately moved her lips to whisper into Yang Kai's ear, "May I ask Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on the Soaring Dragon altar?" Chapter 2002. Dare I ask Brother Yang, are there really no treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar? Qin Yu's voice reached Yang Kai's ears accurately. Why would young Lady Qin ask such a question? Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu in amazement, appearing extremely surprised. Qin Yu stared at Yang Kai deeply, her pair of clear and flawless eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently for a moment before suddenly frowning and whispering, "What young Lady Qin means? Is it possible that the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were not all illusions?" "Haha." Qin Yu smiled. "This mistress isn't sure, just asking casually." At that time, only you, Brother Yang, Brother Duan, and Brother Zong were near the Soaring Dragon altar. So you were the ones who examined the dozen or so treasures on it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "In any case, I didn't see any treasures, and according to my observation, the other two didn't obtain any benefits. So that's how it is, this mistress was overthinking things." Qin Yu nodded apologetically. "Is that what young Lady Qin wanted to ask?" "Yes, I apologize for wasting Brother Yang's time. It's fine. Since there's nothing else, this one will take his leave." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Brother Yang, wait." Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned a little displeased. Otherwise, seeing how this weak woman had a good temperament, he wouldn't have bothered with her. After all, he and Qin Yu had never interacted before. "Brother Yang, please calm down. This mistress wants to ask Brother Yang, are you going to look for the entrance to the second layer next? So what if I am?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. "Brother Yang, do you know where the entrance is?" Yang Kai shook his head. He only knew that the entrance was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. How could he know the exact location of the 5-colored light pillar? At that time, Kong Si Ran had not mentioned this to him. However, since it was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find as long as the distance wasn't too far. They should be able to find something. However, seeing Qin Yu's mysterious look, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Qin, do you know where the entrance is?" "I don't know the exact location." Qin Yu shook his head apologetically. Yang Kai was speechless. Qin Yu giggled and said, "Although I don't know the exact location, I'm not sure. But I have a rough idea. As she said this, she suddenly recited in a low voice, "Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear." Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear? Yang Kai repeated with a frown. Yes, Qin Yu nodded. Although the five-colored light pillar at the entrance is connected heaven and earth, it is impossible to find it if you don't find the right place. Even if you pass by it, you may miss the opportunity. Did you also read this from an ancient book? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Qin Yu nodded. Miss Qin is really well-read and knowledgeable. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Qin Yu's pale face showed a slight blush, and she suddenly seemed to be more lively. She shook her head and said, "Brother Yang is too kind. This mistress just likes to read some random things. It's not something that can be considered elegant. In fact, this mistress is now looking for the entrance to the second layer. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about you go with me?" She actually extended an invitation to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked up at the ship artifact behind her, an expression of interest on his face. With this ship, he could save a lot of energy, and could even rest on the ship and maintain his spirit. It wasn't a bad idea. However, I'm used to being alone. So this one appreciates Miss Qin's good intentions. Yang Kai considered for a moment and tactfully declined Qin Yu's proposal. Qin Yu suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't insist. Instead, she nodded and said, "In that case, this mistress won't disturb Brother Yang. I wish Brother Yang the best of luck. You too, farewell." Yang Kai cupped his fists, turned around and left. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. After his figure disappeared, a guard next to Qin Yu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and coldly snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Obviously, he felt that Qin Yu wasn't worth it. Qin Yu smiled faintly and said, "He's just being cautious." How is that related to not knowing how to appreciate kindness? I feel that his choice is normal. That's because young lady is kind and benevolent. The guard looked indignant. By the way, young lady, why did you ask him that before? Aren't all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar fake? Perhaps, but there are some discrepancies with what I read in the ancient books. I don't know the specifics. After saying a few words, Qin Yu suddenly coughed violently again. The guard was shocked and quickly said, "Young lady, we should hurry back to the ship. The wind outside is too strong." Qin Yu nodded quickly and turned back towards the ship. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer, there was a petite woman with a striking crescent-shaped birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Mo Shaoqi, who had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda together with Yang Kai, and then separated. At this moment, Mo Shaoqi was riding a monster beast that looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger. This monster beast had a fierce look on its face, and was covered in snow-white fur. Its body was huge, and the hot air it exhaled from its nostrils seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that corroded the ground with every hit it made. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the beast Mo Shaoqi was riding was the famous silver-maned lion-tiger beast. Although this monster beast did not inherit the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit, it was still extremely difficult to deal with. It was born as a fifth-order monster beast, and depending on its aptitude, it could grow to the 10th order, or even 11th order at its peak. In other words, it was a cultivator comparable to an Origin King realm, or even a Dao Source realm master. There were even legends of 12th order lion-tiger beasts that had cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm. This silver-maned lion-tiger beast was obviously not comparable to a Dao Source realm master. It was only exuding a peak 10th order aura, but it could not be underestimated. The silver-maned lion-tiger beast was born ferocious and aggressive, not something an ordinary cultivator could subdue. Even if a master from the Emperor realm tried to subdue it, they would not necessarily succeed. The most likely result was that the silver-maned lion-tiger beast would fight to the death, and eventually die of exhaustion. But now, this majestic silver-maned liger was being used as a means of transportation by Mo Shaoqi. Yet not only did it not show the slightest dissatisfaction, it even obeyed her every command, not daring to go east or west. It was truly unbelievable. In front of Mo Xiaoqi, there was a strange beast about the size of a palm flying about. This strange beast looked a bit like a bat, and was quite inconspicuous, but judging from the energy fluctuations coming from its body, it was also a 10th-order monster beast. The heaven-escaping bat, like the silver-maned lion-tiger beast, was an extremely rare species. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method Mo Xiaoqi had used to get along so well with these two monster beasts, and make them obey her every command. No one knew if these two monster beasts were subdued by Mo Xiaoqi after she entered the five-colored treasure pagoda, or if they were already here. Little bat, hurry up and find the entrance. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Over here, over here. Little silver, hurry up, don't be so slow. Mo Xiaoqi sat on the back of the lion-tiger beast and gave out orders. Obviously, she was also looking for the entrance to the second layer. The heaven-escaping bat, named Xiaofu by Mo Xiaoqi, seemed to have some special abilities as it led Mo Xiaoqi forward, and soon arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. Above this mountain stream, clouds and mist curled around its peaks, the peaks of which reached straight up into the sky, making it impossible to see their peaks. Somewhere in the mountains, the sound of a mountain spring could be heard incessantly. The sky-escaping bat flew directly to the vicinity of the mountain spring and began to circle around a certain area. Mo Xiaoqi quickly urged the lion-tiger beast to follow it. When she came to the place, she looked up and immediately giggled. It's not hard to find. I'm definitely the first one, haha. Just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly remembered something and said, Right, let's see where Big Brother Yang is. As she spoke, she took out a round bead from her space ring and sent a few seals into it. A moment later, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, Damn it! The sound bead doesn't work in this damned place. Is it because the world principles here are too broken? Forget it, Big Brother Yang will definitely come here. Little bat, wait here. When you see Big Brother Yang, bring him to the second layer to find me. After giving this order, she took out a jade slip and poured her divine sense into it. She left some information and handed it to the heaven-escaping bat. Only then did she rush forward happily. Not far ahead, there was a flash of light in Mo Xiaoqi, and the lion-tiger beast disappeared. The heaven-escaping bat stayed where it was, but it only circled around once before it suddenly landed beside a pile of rocks. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. On the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun was strolling around looking around. Her body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, which seemed to have an inexplicable power that kept all dangers at bay. Suddenly, she stopped in a secluded valley, and after carefully perceiving her surroundings, a look of joy appeared on her face. It's here. While speaking, she took out many array discs and array bases from her space ring, and started busying herself nearby. 2 days later, she finished arranging everything, and took out a large number of source crystals to pile up nearby. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and silently circulate her secret art, beginning to break through the bottleneck of the Tao source realm. As time passed, Lan Sun's delicate body exuded an inexplicable attractive force, and many fireflies suddenly appeared around her. These fireflies looked somewhat similar to the starlight Yang Kai had absorbed in the starlight corridor before. But if one were to perceive them carefully, they would find that the two were fundamentally different. The starlight in the starlight corridor was like a catalyst that could rapidly transform the Saint Qi in a cultivator's body into source Qi. However, the starlight here contained many broken laws of heaven and earth. As the starlight entered her body, Lan Sun comprehended the world principles, and the aura fluctuations on her body grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 2003. 5 days after entering the five-colored treasure pagoda, somewhere on the first floor, Yang Kai descended from the sky with an indifferent expression. He landed beside the other two cultivator and stared at the dead monster beast corpses on the ground. Unlike Yang Kai's indifference, the other two cultivator were extremely excited. Of these two cultivator, one was dressed in blue, while the other was dressed in white. Both were men, and both were third-order origin kings. The three of them did not inform each other of their names. They only knew each other's surnames. The reason why they were gathered here was because they were temporarily working together. After separating from Qinyu, Yang Kai had been looking for the entrance to the second level. He didn't expect to meet the two cultivator here. The two of them showed up and briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that the two of them had actually discovered some rare golden crystal grass. However, the golden crystal grass here was guarded by 4 Iron Arm Spirit nuns. The Iron Arm Spirit nuns' skin was extremely hard, and their innate defense was astonishing. The two of them had clashed with the 4 Iron Arm Spirit nuns, but they hadn't been able to gain any advantage over them. They had no choice but to temporarily retreat and find another helper to deal with the 4 monster beast. Yang Kai happened to be passing by, so he showed up to invite them. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai immediately decided to join them. Although Yang Kai didn't know what golden crystal grass was, since it could make 2 third-order origin kings so obsessed, it must be of extraordinary value. It was just 4 monster beasts, so it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, he didn't care much about 2 third-order origin kings. Even if they were plotting something, Yang Kai felt that with his current strength, he could easily deal with them. He should be able to handle it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai found out that the golden crystal grass was a rare spiritual herb that could help a cultivator refine his body, even if it was swallowed directly. It could also increase the cultivator's physical strength and defense by a lot. If he could use other medicinal herbs to refine the golden crystal pill, the effect was even better. It was precisely because of the golden crystal grass that the Iron Arm Spirit and I had gathered here to survive. Once the three of them came to an agreement, they attacked without hesitation. Of the 4 Iron Arm Spirit nuns, the largest one was at the peak of the 10th order, equivalent to a peak origin king, and as long as it was given a few more years, breaking through to the 11th order would not be a problem. Both of them were second-order origin kings. If it was an ordinary monster beast, the two cultivators would be able to handle it. At the very least, they would be able to fight it to a draw. However, the iron-armed spirit knee's defense was astonishing, his strength boundless, and he did not fear death. The previous exchange had caused the two of them to suffer greatly, but they did not gain any advantage. But after Yang Kai joined the team, the situation was completely different. Although Yang Kai had concealed his own strength, it was not a problem for him to restrain the iron-armed spirit and I. The other two joined forces and used their artifacts to kill the 3 smaller ones. Then, the 3 of them attacked together, and the last big one was unable to escape. Brother Yang is really amazing. Even under the attack of this evil beast, he is still able to remain unscathed. This Zhao admires him, the man in blue said with a somewhat forced smile. This slightly longer iron-armed spirit and I almost caused Brother Zhao and I to suffer heavy injuries before. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be able to deal with it for so long. This son is truly ashamed. The man in white also said. 2 sirs are too kind. This one's movement skill is just a bit more flexible. Although its strength is great, I don't want to tangle with it, so it naturally can't do anything to me, Yang Kai said lightly. Zhao and Sun glanced at each other. Without saying anything more, they simply laughed and glossed over the matter. After all, when the 3 of them had joined forces to deal with the last iron-armed spirit and I, they had seen Yang Kai's performance. It was not just his movement skill that was flexible. For a time, both of them felt some fear towards Yang Kai. Now that these 4 beasts are dead, let's deal with them first. The blood essence, fur, and teeth of this iron-armed spirit and I are all extraordinary materials. We can't waste them, the man surnamed Zhao proposed. Their fur, in particular, is the most suitable material for refining defensive artifacts, the man surnamed Sun also said with a happy expression. So the 3 of them no longer hesitated and began to deal with the 4 iron-armed spirit and I. Not long after, all 3 of them showed satisfied looks as they divided up the same amount of materials, leaving only some flesh and bones behind. Then all that's left is the golden crystal grass. I wonder how many there are, but I hope there are a lot. The man surnamed Zhao turned his fiery eyes towards a cave in front of him. Let's go in and see. Yang Kai smiled lightly and took the lead to walk into the cave. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun exchanged a glance before hurriedly following. The cave was dark and damp, and there was an inexplicable smell that made one want to vomit. Near the entrance of the cave, there were many skeletons of other monster beasts, all of them white and gloomy, and when one stepped on them, a bone-chilling sound could be heard. The 4 iron-armed divine nuns had clearly settled down here. After walking for a short time, the 3 of them arrived at the bottom of the cave. In front of them, there was a stone-like structure about 15 meters in diameter. On top of the stone-like structure grew a dozen stalks of grass that exuded a metallic luster, each stalk about 2 fingers long. The 3 of them released their divine senses, and, after confirming that there was no danger here, approached the stone-like structure. Tiske, there are 13 of them, the man surnamed Zhao said happily. It won't be easy to divide them. The man surnamed Sun frowned as he thought of another problem. Yang Kai chuckled and said, since there are 13 stalks, the 3 of us will each take 4. As for the remaining stalk, we'll convert it into source crystals. The one who takes the golden crystal grass will compensate the other 2 with source crystals. Brother Yang, good idea, let's do that. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun naturally had no reason to refuse and nodded quickly. The 3 of them then divided the 12 stalks of golden crystal grass one by one. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai finally bought the last stalk for 5,000 source crystals. After some work, everyone was happy. It was a pleasure cooperating with you this time. I hope there will be another opportunity next time. The man surnamed Zhao cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary. I hope there will be a time when we can cooperate with Brother Yang again. The man surnamed Sun also chimed in. There will be another opportunity, Yang Kai casually said. Since this matter is settled, this one will take his leave. Brother Yang, we will meet again. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun quickly cupped their fists and replied. Yang Kai nodded, turned around and walked out. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly turned around and asked, aren't you two going to look for the entrance to the second layer? The man surnamed Zhao chuckled and said, naturally, we must go. But this Zhao consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle, and would like to recover here for a while. Brother Yang, please go ahead. The man surnamed Sun indicated that he had the same intention. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding and nodded, not saying anything more before leaving the cave. The other 2 sat down cross-legged, took out some restorative pills from their space rings, stuffed them into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. For a time, the cave was silent. After a long time, the man surnamed Sun suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, he should have gone far by now. It's been so long, could he still be nearby? The man surnamed Zhao asked. Brother Zhao, why did you tell me not to act rashly just now? Golden crystal grass is so rare. Yet we let him take 5 of them for free. Moreover, from the way he bid, it seems he has a lot of source crystals on him. If we could kill him, do you think the 2 of us together are his opponent? The man surnamed Zhao heard this and coldly snorted. What? Although his performance was indeed extraordinary, and he hid his strength, aren't you and I the same? 2 against 1, what is there to be afraid of? The man surnamed Sun said with an unconvinced expression. That's because you don't know how terrifying he is. The man surnamed Zhao snorted. Remember I told you before that I came from the soaring dragon altar? At that time, I saw this man kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Kuei Sha didn't even have a chance to resist. Kuei Sha of blood transformation sect? The man surnamed Sun was shocked. And, how do you think we compare to Kuei Sha? Naturally we're inferior. Although blood transformation sect isn't a particularly powerful sect, even slightly inferior to Raging Fire Temple, I've heard of Kuei Sha before. That's why I didn't tell you to act. When I first saw him, I didn't remember who he was, but when I saw him act, I realized he was that person, being able to kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Even if the 2 of us join forces, we definitely won't be his opponent. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Brother Zhao reminded me in time, otherwise, if we had fallen out with that person, the man surnamed Sun broke out in cold sweat. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Fortunately, this person seems to be quite ignorant and doesn't even know what the use of golden crystal grass is, intentionally or unintentionally asking the two of us about it. How interesting. And this person is really strange. Since he's so strong, how could he not have heard of golden crystal grass? The man surnamed Sun also wore a puzzled look. Isn't that even better? Since he doesn't know about golden crystal grass, he naturally doesn't know about it either. Golden crystal grass only grows in places where rare ores are gathered. In other words, there are definitely rare ores underground. The man surnamed Zhao smiled slightly. Now that he's gone, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. If we find an emperor grade ore, you and I will be rich. How can emperor grade ores be so easy to find? It's rumored that emperor grade ores can only be found in the Star Ocean. This is just the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. However, if we find a Dao source grade ore, I'll be satisfied. As the two of them spoke, they no longer hesitated. Using their respective methods, they blasted towards the stone block in front of them. Not long after, a large pit was blasted open on the ground. Immediately after, the two of them changed their methods again, using their strength to transform into various moves as they continued to dig downwards. Sure enough, there's something fishy here. Not far away, Yang Kai, who had used his secret technique Nihility to conceal his aura and existence, coldly snorted. Chapter 2004. Earlier, Yang Kai had felt that there was something strange about the behavior of Zhao and Sunday. After all, the cave of the iron-armed spirit and I was dark and damp, and the smell was unbearable. However, after obtaining the golden crystal grass, these two had decided to stay and meditate to restore themselves, which was obviously a problem. If there weren't any other benefits inside, why would they choose to stay in such an environment? Therefore, Yang Kai pretended to leave, but in reality, he was hiding nearby and quietly investigating. At this moment, as soon as he felt the traces of these two using their strength, he immediately confirmed his suspicions. However, in this situation, Yang Kai couldn't just kill them and rob them. After all, although Zhao and Sun had concealed something from him, they hadn't really done anything to harm him, so he could only blame himself for being a little ignorant. It seems it's time to cram some knowledge about the various materials in the star boundary. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer similar losses in the future. Yang Kai didn't know what was underground that was worth Zhao and Sun digging for. But since it wasn't convenient for him to show his face, he could only continue to hide. The movement continued and soon, a large pit was dug out in the ground of the cave. Zhao and Sun jumped in one after another and continued to dig. After half a day, at the entrance of the cave, Zhao and Sun shot out one after the other, but instead of showing any joy, both of their brows were furrowed, as if they hadn't gained anything. Damn it, we wasted half a day's worth of effort, the man surnamed Zhao cursed. That's right. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? If we had known, we would have just left, ha. The man surnamed Sun also sighed. Forget it, it's fate, we can't force it. Let's hurry up and find the entrance to the second layer. We don't know when this 5-colored treasure pagoda will close, so we need to find as many benefits as possible, especially that Dao source fruit. It'll be of great use to you and me. After exchanging a few words, the two no longer had any intention of staying here, summoning their flight-type artifacts and flying away. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared from the void. Staring in the direction the two disappeared with a thoughtful look on his face. From the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that they did not gain anything from the cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. However, from what they said, it seemed like they didn't say that there were no benefits to being underground. This caused Kai Yang to be puzzled. With a flash of his body, he returned to the cave. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, he looked around and saw a huge pit in front of him. Yang Kai jumped in. Not long after, his feet landed on the ground. After releasing his spiritual force, the situation underground was immediately clear. The efficiency of the Zhao and Sun duo was indeed quite good. After all, they were third-order origin king cultivators. In just half a day, they had dug out a hole that covered an area of about 1,000 meters. Furthermore, there were no signs of it collapsing. Yang Kai gasped in amazement. He couldn't help but admire the two's methods. However, there was only one thing in this 1,000-feet-wide cave: an incomparably huge and complete ore. He didn't know what kind of ore it was, but it was light green in color, as if it was covered in moss. But if you look carefully, Yang Kai discovered that it was not moss, but the color of the ore itself. The edges of the ore had been excavated, so Yang Kai could clearly see that this ore had an irregular shape. However, it was about the size of 10 houses. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there were some traces of attack on the ore. There were quite a few marks. Some were several inches deep, while others were just scratches. These marks were obviously left behind by the Zhao and Sun duo. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Zhao and Sun duo showed such annoyed expressions when they walked out of the cave. It turned out that there were benefits to being underground, but these benefits, the two of them couldn't take them away, and could only sigh. Such a large piece of ore would not be able to fit into anyone's space ring. The Zhao and Sun duo obviously knew this, so they wanted to take some of it away with them. The traces left behind on the ore were the best evidence of this. Unfortunately, this ore seemed to be extremely hard. Even with the Zhao and Sun duo's strength, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only reluctantly abandon it to avoid wasting time. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully. His space ring was no different from others, so naturally, it could not accommodate such a large piece of ore. But in addition to his space ring, he also had the sealed world bead. Back then, his embodiment had been stuffed directly into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, let alone this piece of ore. Compared to his embodiment, it was much smaller and more delicate. This ore existed in the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so it was definitely not an emperor-grade ore. Yang Kai estimated that it was at most a Dao source grade or origin king grade ore. Even so, such a large ore was still extremely valuable. The embodiment now cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle art, and needed a lot of materials to devour and refine. This ore could become a good resource for the embodiment to become stronger. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and sat down cross-legged, immediately releasing his divine sense to completely envelop this huge ore. Next, Yang Kai let out a muffled shout and poured out his spiritual energy. In the next moment, the huge ore in front of him disappeared and appeared in the sealed world bead. After doing all this, Yang Kai's body could not help shaking as his face turned slightly pale, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, Yang Kai did not panic, and instead quickly took out some spirit pills to restore his soul, and stuffed them into his mouth to refine and absorb them. Time passed slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. His consumed soul had basically been restored. With the help of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul recovery speed was several dozen times faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, with his current realm and the effort he had just expended, it would have taken him at least 10 days to recover before he could move again. Sweeping the sealed world bead with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the huge ore had been moved to the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment was also a little different from before. Although it was still as tall as a mountain, it was undoubtedly much smaller than the last time Yang Kai saw it. Around the embodiment, the impurities that had been refined were now several dozen meters high, forming a thick layer. While Yang Kai was observing for a while, he saw broken stones falling from the embodiment's body. It was quite a spectacular sight. Yang Kai was very satisfied. According to this speed, the embodiment would be able to help him in half a year to a year, and it would no longer be put on hold because of its inability to move. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai jumped out of the hole and went outside to identify the direction before leaving. 7 days later, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the mountain range, not far in front of him, with an anxious look on his face. He had been looking for the entrance to the second layer these days, but unfortunately, he had not found it. Qin Yu's words that day were still ringing in his ears, and he did not think that the other party would deceive him. So he followed Qin Yu's instructions and searched for a place with a mountain range. He had searched several places in succession, but found nothing. He was not sure whether the mountain range in front of him was the target he was looking for. However, he still had to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved forward. Not long after, he arrived in the middle of the mountain range. Looking up, he could not help but feel happy. This was because this place was surrounded by mountains with clouds and mist above their heads. This was very much in line with the first two sentences Qin Yu had said. Just as he secretly felt that he had found the right place, a small black shadow suddenly shot over from not far away. Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, and a powerful force came out of his palm and attacked the black shadow. The black shadow's reaction was extremely fast. It was originally shooting straight at Yang Kai, but the moment Yang Kai attacked, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn and shot straight up into the sky. Then, like a falling meteor, it fell straight down, and its mouth kept making squeaking sounds. Its tone was somewhat aggrieved and hurried. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He stood in place and did not move, staring at the black shadow that suddenly shot towards him. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was a palm-sized monster beast. It looked a bit like a bat, and as it flapped its wings, its body was extremely flexible, and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the bat-like monster beast was floating in front of Yang Kai, its small eyes staring at Yang Kai, revealing a sense of recognition. Yang Kai was surprised. Before he could figure out what this monster beast wanted to do, it let out a series of squeaking sounds before opening its mouth and spitting out a jade slip, indicating to Yang Kai. For me, Yang Kai frowned, but he still figured out the intentions of this little beast. The little beast squeaked again, seemingly responding to Yang Kai, and then slowly flew over to him, loosening its mouth and letting the jade slip fall. Yang Kai took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, and after a while he laughed. It turns out to be Xiaoqi. Only now did he realize that this little beast in front of him was Mo Xiaoqi's heaven-escaping bat. She had left it here to guide him along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. But it seems, I really didn't find the wrong place. Moreover, that girl Mo Xiaoqi actually entered the second layer so much earlier than me. She really is amazing. Lead the way. Yang Kai put away the jade slip and smiled at the heaven-escaping bat. This little beast seemed to be able to understand human language. Hearing this, it immediately turned around and flew in a certain direction. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from not far away. "Friend, please wait." While speaking, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Yang Kai's face sank. Just now, he was so surprised by the spirituality of this heaven-escaping bat that he didn't notice someone approaching. After hearing the voice, he immediately reacted. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai knew that there were 6 cultivators nearby, and all of them were origin kings. Chapter 2005. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 6 origin king realm cultivator approaching. The one leading this group had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, it was obvious he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, it was someone Yang Kai knew. The young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng. That day in the black market, Ning Yuancheng and Mo Xiaoqi had some conflicts over the snake egg. Yang Kai had concealed his appearance and used tiger skin to intimidate the group from Flying Saint Palace. Unexpectedly, on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he met people from Flying Saint Palace again. However, at this moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Luigi, was not with Ning Yuancheng. After all, the 5-colored treasure pagoda was open this time and Dao Source Realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. So Ning Yuancheng could only bring some origin kings with him. Yang Kai did not know what method they had used, but they had actually gathered together and bumped into Yang Kai here. Although they could be regarded as acquaintances, Yang Kai did not panic at all. He had concealed his appearance that day, so he believed Ning Yuancheng would not recognize him at this moment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Ning Yuancheng faintly. "Isn't that nonsense? Why would I stop you if I had nothing to say?" An origin king behind Ning Yuancheng snorted coldly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the man who spoke coldly. Don't be rude. Ning Yuancheng shouted, seemingly reprimanding the guard. But he immediately raised his eyes to Yang Kai and cupped his fists with a smile, proudly saying, This friend. This one is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. May I know how to address this friend? If you have something to say it. There's no need to flatter me. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He had a general understanding of the other party's character, and naturally knew that it was impossible for him to be so polite. But because he did not know Yang Kai's identity and origin, he was trying to probe him. Perhaps it had something to do with his encounter in the black market. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Yang Kai's reaction and demeanor made Ning Yuancheng frown, seemingly quite displeased. But he only hesitated for a moment before saying, In that case, this one will get straight to the point. Just now this little beast seemed to have given you something? So what if I am? Yang Kai suddenly became happy, thinking to himself that it was because of the jade slip. Ning Yuancheng must have thought that the jade slip was some kind of treasure, and had suddenly become greedy. What is that? Ning Yuancheng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. What does it have to do with you? Brat, how dare you? The guard who spoke before suddenly became furious and shouted. Young palace master asks you a question. You only need to answer obediently. You don't have the right to ask. Ning Yuancheng waved his hand, stopping the guard from taking any further action. His expression gradually became cold, and he no longer had the patience to deal with Yang Kai. It's like this. This one is quite interested in your little beast. I wonder if your excellency is willing to part with it. This one is willing to pay. Not interested. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and directly refused. Not to mention that this little beast was a 10th order monster beast, and was not easy to raise. Even if it was Yang Kai's, it was impossible for him to sell it casually, not to mention, it was Mo Xiaoqi's. After saying so, he turned around and left. Friend, it seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Capture him for me. Ning Yuancheng saw that Yang Kai was not giving him any face, so he didn't bother to put on an act, and directly tore off all pretense. He immediately issued an order. The 5 origin kings heard this. They immediately took action. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which had been flying mid-air, suddenly opened its small mouth and let out a series of sharp cries. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. The sound waves madly spread forward, fanning out towards the Flying Saint Palace cultivators. In an instant, the faces of the 5 origin kings and Ning Yuancheng couldn't help changing, as they felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, their blood and qi tumbling uncontrollably, and their source qi tumbling uncontrollably. Everyone looked shocked as they hurriedly pushed their strength to resist the sharp cries, and suppressed the tumbling of their blood and qi. By the time they came back to their senses, Yang Kai and the little beast had already flown far away, and they could only see their backs in the distance. Damn it, chase after them. No matter what, we must grab that little beast. That little beast seems to be able to find precious treasures, and may play a big role in this place. Ning Yuancheng shouted angrily. The other 5 didn't dare to neglect, and immediately used their movement skills to pursue. But a moment later, they lost sight of Yang Kai and the little beast. Where did they go? Ning Yuancheng looked around, but couldn't find them at all. Reporting to young palace master, we don't know, they seem to have suddenly disappeared. One of the guards also looked puzzled. They should be nearby, search for them. How could something this young master set his eyes on run away? Ning Yuancheng said with a fierce look. The 5 people immediately spread out, and began searching the surrounding area. Not long after, one of the guards called out in surprise. Young palace master, come and take a look, this seems to be the entrance to the 2nd layer. What? Ning Yuancheng was overjoyed when he heard this, but immediately became angry. Nonsense. The entrance to the 2nd layer is a 5-colored light pillar that connects heaven and earth. It's extremely obvious. Do you think this young master is blind and can't see it? How could there be, huh? Ning Yuancheng's voice paused, and he suddenly looked up at the sky, and saw a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. Frowning, Ning Yuancheng took a few steps back, and the five-colored light pillar in front of him disappeared. But after taking a few more steps forward, the light pillar reappeared. Is it really that amazing? Ning Yuancheng was shocked. Yes, young palace master. It seems that this entrance can only be found when standing in a specific position. Otherwise it would be impossible to detect it even if you were close at hand. The guard who discovered the entrance said with a look of pleasant surprise. Those bastards from Star Soul Palace are really treacherous. Fortunately, this young master is blessed by the heavens, otherwise, how could I have found this entrance? Ha 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 ha. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the second layer. That guy must have also gone to the second layer. I don't believe he can escape from my palm. Young palace master. That little beast may not only be able to find precious treasures, but also the entrance. It's really a strange beast. Then this young master must get his hands on it. Who knows, I might even be able to find the entrance to the third floor. Ning Yuancheng's face was filled with a fiery light, as he led his 5 guards into the 5-colored pillar of light. The next moment, the 6 figures flickered and disappeared one after another. But when they entered the second layer, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At the same time, somewhere in the second layer, Yang Kai was flying with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way. Yang Kai knew that it was looking for Mo Shaoqi, so he followed behind it leisurely, while secretly observing the situation in the second layer. There didn't seem to be any difference here from the first layer. The world energy here was extremely thin, and not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, the world principles here were extremely fragmented. However, the second layer seemed to be much more dangerous than the first layer. Yang Kai had explored the first layer for a long time, but had not encountered many traps or barriers. But after arriving in the second layer, when he released his divine sense, he could feel a lot of hidden energy fluctuations. These were obviously man-made or naturally formed barriers, and once he entered a certain range, it would trigger an attack. However, with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way, Yang Kai did not need to worry about encountering any dangers. This little beast seemed to have a very strong sense of danger, and could often avoid many traps and barriers ahead of time. Half a day later, 1 beast and 1 human passed through a canyon that was about 1,000 meters wide and windy. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and confirmed that there was no danger. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which was flying above the canyon, suddenly let out a sharp squeak, its voice filled with panic. Yang Kai was startled, before he had time to investigate what was wrong with it. At that moment, Yang Kai's whole body suddenly sank. At that moment, there seemed to be a terrifying suction force coming from beneath his feet, causing his body to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the power in his body. He wanted to resist this inexplicable suction. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that all this was futile. With his third-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to stabilize his body. As for the little beast, who was good at flying, it was also unable to escape this calamity, and fell from the sky into the canyon. The wind whistled in his ears as he fell faster and faster, the wind blowing against his face like a knife, causing him unbearable pain. Yang Kai finally panicked. He immediately understood that he had likely encountered some kind of powerful barrier, one that not only he had not noticed, but also the heaven-escaping bat. It was unlikely that such a powerful restriction was man-made. There was a high chance that it was natural. This kind of barrier was generally very difficult to detect, and by the time it was detected, it would already be too late. Falling at this speed, even if Yang Kai's physique was strong, even if he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon transformation secret technique, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This way of dying was simply too miserable. The little beast's sharp squeaks continued to reach Yang Kai's ears, but because it was falling too fast, it was somewhat out of tune. Yang Kai opened his eyes, but was unable to see the situation below, so he had no choice but to release his divine sense to investigate. After some time, the situation finally improved. Locking onto the position of the little beast with his divine sense, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread. But in this situation, he was unable to maintain enough accuracy and failed to bring the little beast back to his side. Helpless, Yang Kai stretched out his 10 fingers and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, weaving them into a large net that finally brought the little beast back. The next moment, holding the little beast, Yang Kai escaped into the sealed world bead without hesitation. A moment later, at the bottom of the canyon, there was a soft pop as the sealed world bead rolled a few times before falling still. Only then did Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. However, the suction force here was too terrifying, and even his divine sense was somewhat unable to resist it, being pulled and deformed, unable to spread far. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai spoke some words to comfort the little beast, telling it to continue staying in the sealed world bead while he jumped out. The next moment, Yang Kai's whole body was sucked in by a suction force and stuck to the ground. Even moving a finger seemed extremely difficult. A natural gravitational field? Yang Kai's expression changed several times. Chapter 2006. The star boundary was vast and filled with countless danger zones. Not to mention the star boundary, even the star territory had this kind of natural gravitational field. In some places, the gravity was several times higher than normal, often enough to catch a person off guard and make them suffer a great loss. However, the natural gravitational field here was even more terrifying. Even Yang Kai, a third-order origin king, was stuck in place, unable to move, so it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. This was definitely a gravitational field thousands of times higher than normal. Natural gravitational fields were extremely rare, and the conditions to form them were also very harsh. Although Yang Kai had encountered one before, he could easily break free from it by circulating his Saint Chi slightly. But here, Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified as he constantly pushed his Saint Chi. But he could only move slowly. It was impossible for him to fly. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the shadow of the sky at an unknown height. Such a high distance, if he couldn't fly, it would be impossible to reach it. Looking around again, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. This canyon was actually not very long. It was only about 1,000 feet long. However, at the bottom of this 1,000-feet canyon, there were piles of white bones. There were bones of demonic beasts, and there were also bones of humans. Most of them had already fallen to pieces and were scattered on the ground. Only a few of them could barely maintain their original shape. There was even a corpse that had apparently died not long ago, as even the blood nearby had not yet dried up. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, and internal organs had been sputtered far away. It was a tragic sight. This person was obviously the cultivator from Maplewood City, who had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Just like Yang Kai, he had been accidentally pulled down while flying over this canyon. As a result, without Yang Kai's help, this cultivator had been reduced to a fine powder. This person must have been very unwilling before he died. Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, he had already reached the Origin King realm. Who would have thought that he would one day fall to his death somewhere? If news of this kind of death were to spread, he would probably become a laughingstock. But why is the gravity here so terrifying? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had encountered many natural gravitational fields before, but none of them were comparable to this one. He had no choice but to use the 5 elements indestructible sword. A 5-colored light enveloped his body, and a moment later, he used his dragon form secret technique, finally allowing him to move at the speed of a tortoise in this canyon. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai dispersed his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon form secret technique, and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Maintaining these 2 secret techniques for a long time consumed a lot of his energy. However, the effect was negligible. The losses outweighed the gains, so he decided not to waste any more energy. I won't be trapped in this damned place, will I? Yang Kai had a sad thought. A moment later, he frowned again, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. That's not right. The spiritual energy here. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place was extremely dense. It was actually extremely dense. In the star boundary, he didn't know how rich the world energy was in the best heavenly abode. After all, he hadn't been to the star boundary for long, and hadn't been to the headquarters of any large sect. However, the world energy here was not comparable to that of Blue Feather Sect's headquarters, nor was it comparable to that of the cave mansion he rented in Maplewood City. The richness of the world energy here was almost beyond the limits of Yang Kai's imagination. Sitting here, without circulating his secret art, the surrounding world energy would automatically flow into his body. After a while, Yang Kai's previously consumed strength was restored to its original state. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Since Yang Kai entered this five-colored treasure pagoda, he had felt that the surrounding world energy was extremely thin. Whether it was in the first or second layer, it was the same. Suddenly, there was an area with such rich world energy. It was difficult not to notice. Moreover, because of the terrifying natural gravitational field here, all the surrounding world energy was firmly attracted to a space less than a meter above the ground, unable to spread out at all. This created a spectacle. Below this canyon, in the space 3 meters above the ground, the world energy was as dense as a thick fog, and there were even signs of it turning into threads. Before this, Yang Kai had just experienced an accident, so he did not pay much attention to it. But now that he was carefully observing it, he was shocked. Is there some kind of treasure underground? This thought uncontrollably emerged in Yang Kai's mind. Only this conjecture could explain the strangeness of this place. Considering all this, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little excited. Forcing himself to stand up, Yang Kai pushed the power in his body and condensed several dozen golden blood threads into his hand. These golden blood threads twisted together and gradually transformed into a drill-shaped object. With a light shout from Yang Kai, the drill-like golden blood threads began rotating and bombarding the ground. The next moment a loud noise rang out. Golden light overflowed. The several dozen golden blood threads suddenly collapsed, revealing their original forms, no longer able to maintain their drill-like appearance. Somewhere on the ground, there was a flash of fire and sparks. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at a rice-sized pit in the ground and exclaimed, "So hard!" He was finally able to confirm that there was definitely a treasure underground. This was because the soil on the ground was nothing more than ordinary soil. But for some unknown reason, there was an invisible force that made it so hard that even his golden blood threads were unable to cause much damage to it. Under the full force of Yang Kai's attack, only a small dent the size of a grain of rice was left behind, and in the blink of an eye, that dent disappeared. The ground was flat again. That inexplicable force had the ability to repair itself. Yang Kai's face burned with desire, but there was nothing he could do. Because if he could not dig up the ground, he would not be able to take the treasure underground. But if he did not take the treasure underground in his current state, he could not even break open the ground. He had completely fallen into an endless cycle, like the egg or the chicken. If only Xiao Xiao was here. Yang Kai suddenly missed Xiao Xiao's ability. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed him to devour ores to strengthen himself, but he could also shuttle through the ground at will without any restrictions. If Xiao Xiao had not been separated from him, Yang Kai could have used Xiao Xiao's power to drill into the ground and obtain the treasure. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not know where Xiao Xiao was now. As for the embodiment in the sealed world bead, although it was also a stone mongoose, it was too big, and its impurities had not been completely quenched, so Yang Kai estimated that it would not be able to display its ability to drill into the ground. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He immediately took out the sealed world bead and sent his divine sense into it to communicate with the heaven-escaping bat. Since this little beast was called the heaven-escaping bat, it should be able to drill into the ground. If he could use its power. The little beast was a 10th-order monster beast, so even if it did not have the intelligence of a human, it was not without intelligence, so it should have no problem communicating with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai carefully reached out and tapped the sealed world bead. With a flash of light, the little beast suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his divine sense wrapped around the little beast. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately take it back. After all, the pressure here was too terrifying, and he did not know if the 10th order monster beast could withstand it. If it exploded and died, he would not be able to explain it to Mo Xiaoqi. Fortunately, the situation was not too bad. After the little beast appeared, it showed an expression of extreme hardship and pain. Its whole body seemed to have become much shorter, and the sound of bones creaking could be heard from its body. Its small eyes also gradually turned blood red, as if blood was oozing out of them. But after a while, it seemed to have adapted and squeaked twice at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, "Then it's up to you. If you feel that something is wrong, come up quickly, don't force yourself." The little beast squeaked twice in response before immediately turning around and sinking into the ground, as if it had fallen into water. However, its speed was not fast, and after a full 10 breaths, its figure gradually disappeared. Yang Kai waited anxiously in place. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the little beast's situation, but he was powerless to do so. As soon as his divine sense left his knowledge sea, it was completely distorted by the terrifying gravitational force, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation underground. A cup of tea's worth of time passed. An incense stick of time passed. An hour passed. Yang Kai's face gradually became ugly. Just when he thought that the little beast's trip this time would be a one-way trip, a small head suddenly appeared at his feet, and with a series of squeaks, the little beast reappeared. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly came to its rescue. He urged his divine sense to wrap around the little beast, bearing most of the pressure for it. After the little beast's body completely drilled out of the ground, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, and at the same time, his figure flickered and he and the little beast directly entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground with the little beast lying on his lap, panting for breath, as if it had just experienced a great battle and was somewhat exhausted. "You've worked hard." Yang Kai gently combed its fur and comforted it. The little beast raised its weak eyelids and glanced at him, before falling silent. After a while, it suddenly got up, opened its small mouth, and spat out a yellow object about the size of a pigeon's egg. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to catch it, but who would have thought that although this thing looked small, the moment it touched his hand, Kai Yang staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was as if a 10,000 gene object had fallen into his hand. Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his body, not making a fool of himself. The little beast squeaked, as if it was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Yang Kai did not pay attention to it, but instead observed the yellow, irregular object in his hand with a dignified expression, his expression changing several times before he finally exclaimed, "Heavy earth." The thing the little beast brought back from underground was actually a piece of heavy earth. Chapter 2007. I've had a toothache for several days now. It's so painful that I can wake up from my sleep at night. Both heavy earth and weak water were treasures of the same grade. Both were extremely heavy and had their own unique characteristics. An ordinary cultivator would rarely encounter such treasures. Even for those with high cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to encounter such treasures. Mo Xiaoqi had a weak water bead that seemed to be refined from weak water. Back in Clear Jade Mountain, she had used the power of the weak water bead to imprison the Luan Foam cub. The Luan Foam was an ancient divine spirit. Even if it was a cub, it was not easy to provoke it. The fact that so many people had died in Clear Jade Mountain was the best proof of this. However, after being imprisoned by the weak water bead, it was unable to break free. Mo Xiaoqi's background was not small, so it was not surprising that she had a treasure like the weak water bead. As for heavy earth, it was an existence on par with weak water. To some extent, heavy earth was even rarer and more precious than weak water. Not only was heavy earth extremely heavy, but it also produced a natural gravitational field where a cultivator could cultivate, but it could also be used to refine all kinds of treasures. No matter what kind of artifact it was, as long as a bit of heavy earth was added to it, it would become extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Moreover, heavy earth had some magical properties. If heavy earth was used to refine an alchemy or artifact refining furnace, it could increase the success rate of alchemy or artifact refining. Alchemists and artifact refiners were madly in need of heavy earth. Not only that, but because of the rich spirituality and earth attribute aura of heavy earth, if a spirit treasure was planted in heavy earth, it could greatly shorten the growth cycle of those spirit treasures. In other words, if a spirit grass had a growth cycle of 100 years, it would only take 10 years to grow on heavy earth. 5 years, or even less, would allow it to mature. Such a supreme treasure was not only sought after by many cultivators, but also coveted by many great sects. Which sect did not have their own medicine garden? Every sect had a large number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines in their medicine gardens. However, the more precious a spirit medicine was, the longer its growth cycle would be. A few dozen to 100 years was considered short, a few hundred to 1,000 years was normal, and some even thousands of years before they matured. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate these elixirs with long growth cycles, nor would they have the time and energy to do so. Only the sects had the power to do so, but it still required a lot of time. However, if he had heavy earth, the situation would be completely different. A sufficient amount of heavy earth might be able to make a 1-acre herb garden, continuously produce all kinds of spirit herbs and magical medicines. If operated well, it was enough to make a force reach a higher level. Unfortunately, the rarity of heavy earth also made people despair. The heavy earth that occasionally appeared in this world was used to refine some artifacts. It was simply not enough to be used in a medicinal garden. The reason why Yang Kai knew about gravity earth was because he had been cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements to cultivate. So Yang Kai had paid a great deal of attention to treasures of the 5 elements, and heavy earth was undoubtedly a supreme treasure of the earth attribute. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the sun's true essence, and was comparable to the soul-warming lotus. Although such a small piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg was enough to refine several artifacts, Yang Kai was naturally not satisfied. He believed that deep underground in this canyon, there was even more heavy earth. Otherwise, how could the gravitational field here be so terrifying? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put down the heavy earth, and then took out a large number of restorative spirit pills from his space ring, and placed them on his palm. He held them up to the little beast's mouth. The little beast was originally exhausted, and did not even have the strength to move. However, upon seeing these spirit pills, the little beast's eyes lit up, and it opened its small mouth and swallowed them all. Asterisk crunch crunch. Asterisk the pills were like jelly beans as the little beast chewed on them. Do you want some spirit pills? I still have many here. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he waved his hand, and took out a dozen jade bottles. The little beast's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Very good. Help me get this from underground, and I'll give you as many spirit pills as you want. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he pointed to the heavy earth, tempting the little beast. The little beast rolled its eyes, obviously very tempted. After a while, the little beast squeaked twice in response to Yang Kai. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and the little beast were not affected by the gravitational field. So Yang Kai and the little beast were able to meditate and rest very quickly, coupled with the help of various precious pills. It only took 2 hours for the little beast to fully recover. Yang Kai then reappeared in the canyon with the little beast. After another 2 hours, the little beast drilled out of the ground. Yang Kai quickly took it back to the sealed world bead to recuperate. After a while, Yang Kai was satisfied with obtaining another piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg. This situation repeated over and over again. 5 days later, the pile of heavy earth in front of Yang Kai was enough to fill a tabletop, and was as thick as 3 fingers. Such a large amount of heavy earth was simply appalling. One had to know that a fingernail-sized piece of heavy earth was enough to upgrade an artifact's grade, and it was a priceless treasure. Even if the 10 great emperors were here, they would be envious, and would try to snatch it regardless of their status. Yang Kai finally believed that the inside of this five-colored treasure pagoda was indeed an ancient land. If not, how could there be such a treasure here? It was also thanks to the special terrain and terrifying gravitational field of this canyon. Otherwise, such benefits would have been taken away by others. Anyone who passed through this canyon and discovered the anomaly would have fallen to their deaths long ago. Only with the help of the sealed world bead did Yang Kai escape this disaster and reap such a great harvest. In fact, he should have thought of this long ago. The anomaly at the bottom of this canyon was so obvious. So what else in this world besides heavy earth could cause it? The little beast was still busy outside. But at this moment, the gravitational field of the canyon had weakened to a point where it could almost be ignored. After all, the heavy earth had basically been transferred to the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. So the gravitational field caused by the heavy earth had naturally disappeared. As such, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the safety of the little beast. At this moment, with a single thought, Yang Kai pushed his strength and rolled up all the heavy earth in front of him. Outside, he definitely wouldn't have this ability. Only in the Emperor realm would he be able to accomplish this. But this was the small sealed world, the space inside the sealed world bead. And the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact. After some refinement, Yang Kai could dominate everything here. Even so, carrying so much heavy earth while flying was still extremely taxing. After finally bringing the heavy earth to the vicinity of the medicine garden, Yang Kai looked around at the empty medicine garden and smiled knowingly before using his secret technique to bury the heavy earth into the medicine garden. In this way, Yang Kai now had a heaven-defying medicine garden. In the future, if he came across any precious spirit seeds, he could transplant them and shorten their growth cycle. As long as they weren't the kind of spirit seed that would die immediately after being transplanted, there was no need to worry about them surviving. Of course, Yang Kai also left behind a small piece of heavy earth for himself to cultivate his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. After checking his results, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the canyon. Without the gravitational field, the rich world energy aura at the bottom of the canyon was finally free and began to dissipate upwards. There was no trace of the little beast, so it should still be busy underground. Heavy earth was so rare that Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss out on even a tiny bit of it. So he asked the little beast to search for it underground. If it could find it, that would be great, but if it couldn't, it didn't matter. In any case, his harvest this time was already big enough. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of a skeleton and reached out to take the space ring from its hand. It was unknown how this skeleton had died here, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared, leaving behind only white bones and a space ring. Of course, Yang Kai had no reason to let go of the wealth of the dead. After searching for a while, Yang Kai actually harvested more than 50 space rings at the bottom of the canyon. In other words, more than 50 people had accidentally fallen to their deaths while passing by this place. And most of these people should be Origin King Realm Cultivator. Except for the cultivator who had just died, the rest should be from Star Soul Palace. After a brief inspection, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Worthy of being a disciple of Star Soul Palace, each of their rings was quite rich. Not only were there a large number of source crystals, but there were also some artifacts and pills. Unfortunately, some of the rings had been there for too long and were damaged, so the things inside could not be taken out. There were also some things that, even if taken out, had lost most of their spirituality and were useless. Yang Kai kept the useful things and discarded the useless ones. All of a sudden, Yang Kai harvested more than 300,000 low-rank source crystals and more than 5,000 mid-rank source crystals, but he didn't see any high-rank source crystals. As for Origin King grade artifacts, there were more than 30 to 40, including 2 Dao source grade artifacts. This made Yang Kai feel a little emotional. The last time he went to the black market, he had secretly sold a lot of spirit pills and earned less than 200,000 source crystals. But now, just walking around the bottom of the canyon had given him such a huge harvest. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's lack of funds had been solved. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Yang Kai stood in place and waited with satisfaction. Not long after, the little beast drilled out of the ground and flew in front of Yang Kai, opened its mouth and spat out something. Yang Kai took a look and found that there was no heavy earth, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But after carefully observing these things, he became happy again. Earth vein beads? There are so many earth vein beads. This time, the things the little beast had found from underground were all earth vein beads. Earth veins were products of world energy rich to a certain extent. All sects were built in places with earth veins to ensure that their disciples could use them for cultivation. The more powerful a sect was, the better the earth vein it occupied. As for the smaller sects, they could only occupy some slightly inferior earth veins. Every year, many sects and families would fight over land with earth veins, resulting in countless casualties. Chapter 2008. Earth veins could not be moved. Once they were moved, their roots would be destroyed, making them unable to exist for long. Therefore, if one wanted a good earth vein, they could only obtain it by snatching territory. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some earth veins existed underground for many years, and because of some special reasons, their energy would condense and eventually condense into a special kind of existence, an earth vein pearl. An earth vein pearl was equivalent to an earth vein, and it contained all the energy that an earth vein should have. Earth vein pearls were also very rare. Yang Kai had roamed the territory of Homestar for many years, but he had only seen one in Purple Star's vault, which he eventually placed under his medicine garden in the small sealed world, to maintain the abundance of world energy and cultivate spirit grasses and medicines. But at this moment, the heaven-escaping bat had collected a total of 4 earth vein pearls from underground. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly took them and examined them carefully. Soon, Yang Kai discovered that these 4 earth vein beads were of a much higher grade than the one he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. Whether it was the total amount of energy stored inside, or the purity of the earth vein beads, it was far superior to the one from Purple Star. If the earth vein pearls obtained from Purple Star's vault were low rank, then the 4 in his hand were at least mid-rank, and the largest one should even be high rank. The richness of the world energy it exuded made Yang Kai gasp in amazement. So many earth vein pearls had appeared below the canyon, which surprised and delighted Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was only natural. If it were not for these earth vein pearls, how could the world energy here be so rich? Although heavy earth was precious, it could not form such rich world energy. Only earth vein pearls could. However, the existence of heavy earth was probably the root cause of the formation of earth vein pearls. The natural gravitational field was extremely terrifying, and the world energy that wandered nearby would naturally sink to the bottom of the canyon. It would gather, condense, and suppress underground for many years. This was how earth vein pearls were formed. The 5-colored treasure pagoda had existed for an extremely long time, and it was impossible to verify just how long this ancient battlefield had existed. For tens of thousands of years, the world energy here had been drawn in by the gravitational field, forming these earth vein beads. This was a reasonable explanation. Yang Kai only thought for a moment before he guessed the truth of the matter. Although these earth vein pearls were not as valuable as the heavy earth vein pearls, they were still quite valuable. Even if it was placed in a large sect, it would be enough to raise the density of heaven and earth spirit chi within the sect by a level. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai sent them into the medicine garden of the sealed world bead, supplemented by the one he already had, 5 earth vein pearls, and so much heavy earth. The medicine garden in the sealed world bead could be said to be the best medicine garden in the entire star boundary. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cultivate some spirit grasses and medicines to see their effects. Half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. He gave up on the idea of continuing the search. It seemed that all the benefits underground had been taken away. Without the heavy earth and earth vein pearls, the bottom of the canyon had reverted to the same environment as anywhere else. The world energy here was extremely thin, so it was not suitable to stay for long. Only then did Yang Kai wave to the little beast and fly up into the air with a push of his strength. Without the pull of the natural gravitational field, it was not difficult for him to fly up the canyon. The heaven-escaping bat continued to lead the way, searching for traces of Mo Shaoqi, while Yang Kai followed behind unhurriedly. 3 days later, Yang Kai passed by a small mountain. Suddenly, he glanced down as if he had sensed something, smiled coldly, stopped and said, "Friend, did you come out on your own? Or do you want me to force you out?" There was no movement below, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Stubborn," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards a certain location below. At that moment, a blue light flashed from below and met the golden blood thread head-on. With a bang, the golden blood thread was bounced back. Down below, where there had been no one, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, his face pale as he stared at Yang Kai with resentment, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai was startled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the other party was seriously injured. And it was not an ordinary injury either. It seemed to have damaged his foundation. This situation was completely different from what he had guessed before. He had thought that this person had been hiding here to attack him, but he had actually been hiding here to heal his wounds, and had been exposed by Yang Kai. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little embarrassed. However, he was not a scoundrel, so after realizing something was wrong, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Sorry, there seems to be some misunderstanding, friend. Please don't take it to heart. You can continue healing yourself. This one will take his leave first." "Friend, aren't you here to take my life? If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. Why pretend to be merciful?" What happened next was even more unexpected to Yang Kai. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the middle-aged man did not relax his vigilance, and instead shouted angrily, as if Yang Kai really had some kind of irreconcilable hatred with him. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand me. I don't know you, so why would I want to take your life?" After all, this matter was caused by his mistake, so even though the other party's attitude was bad, Yang Kai did not care. Saying so, he took out a jade bottle and tossed it to the man. "This is a bottle of healing pills. It should be able to alleviate your situation." After saying so, he immediately left. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. At this time, he seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not done it intentionally. Otherwise, Yang Kai could have killed him while he was weak. Reaching out, he caught the jade bottle, opened it and sniffed it lightly. After confirming that it was really a healing pill, a look of struggle appeared on his face. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk away, the man finally made up his mind and called out, "Wait!" Yang Kai stopped, looked back at him, and sighed. "What else does friend want? Although I destroyed your hiding place, you should have just moved to another place. I've also compensated you with a bottle of healing pills, so let's forget about this matter. Don't try to take a yard after taking an inch." The middle-aged man heard this, but instead of getting angry, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, "That's not what I wanted to talk to you about." "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai looked a little impatient. "Do you want the Tao source fruit?" The middle-aged man stared at Yang Kai and said slowly, "What?" Yang Kai's face became solemn as he immediately turned around and arrived beside the middle-aged man in a few flashes. Sweeping his eyes over the middle-aged man's space ring, he quickly asked, "Did you just mention the source fruit?" "Yes, friend did not mishear. I did mention the Tao source fruit just now." The middle-aged man nodded. "You obtained the Tao source fruit?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The middle-aged man nodded again and said calmly, "Heavenly Martial Holy Land placed 3 Tao source fruits inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and this Zhang was lucky enough to obtain one of them." Before Yang Kai could ask where the Tao source fruit was, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled slightly and said, "Friend doesn't need to think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the Tao source fruit. Before I healed myself, I hid it in a safe place." Yang Kai couldn't help coughing lightly. "Why would I kill you?" "That's hard to say." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang chuckled. "Friend doesn't look like an evil person. Otherwise you wouldn't have left so casually just now." I'm afraid you would have already tried to kill me and seize my treasures. However, the Tao Source fruit is extremely precious, especially to people like you and me. I can't guarantee that you will spare my life in front of such a treasure. What you said makes sense. Yang Kai nodded, agreeing with him. Even if an ordinary cultivator wouldn't take the initiative to kill someone to seize their treasures, whether they could maintain their composure in front of a rare spirit treasure, like the Tao Source fruit, was another matter altogether. But you took the initiative to call me back and talk to me about the source fruit. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Naturally, I want to give the Tao Source fruit to this friend. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang said solemnly. Are you joking? Yang Kai squinted at him, a look of disbelief on his face. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang shook his head. When a man is about to die, his words are always sincere. Why would I joke with you about this matter? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said lightly. I don't think you're someone who is about to die. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled bitterly. In order to escape, I burned 80% of my blood essence. Even if I survive, my cultivation will drop greatly. What's more, I've been poisoned, and even my knowledge has been contaminated. Yang Kai's face changed as he released his divine sense to carefully examine the middle-aged man. Only then did he confirm that the other party was not lying. This middle-aged man surnamed Zhang was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. He was barely holding on to his last bit of strength to maintain his vitality. Perhaps he had taken some kind of pills before to keep himself alive. With such injuries, even if no one disturbed him, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 days. Yang Kai sighed. If it was only your physical body that was poisoned, I might have been able to help you, but even your knowledge has been contaminated. There's nothing I can do. This Zhang is mentally prepared. Friend doesn't need to worry about it. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang was very carefree and chuckled. I don't know you, so whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. But, you called me back and said you wanted to give me the Tao Source fruit. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Tell me, what do you want? Friend is really smart. The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded as he said. There's not much time left, so I'll get straight to the point. Yang Kai nodded and put on a listening posture. I can give you the location of the Tao Source fruit. But after you obtain it, no matter when you find someone to refine it into pills, you must give one to my Zhang family's descendant. The middle-aged man said, I am the patriarch of Maplewood City's Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian. Although the Zhang family is not a big family in Maplewood City, it has been here for hundreds of years. Many people in Maplewood City know that I I'm Zhang Gaoxian. After you go out, ask around a little, and you will know the location of my Zhang family. After you obtain the Tao Source fruit and refine it into pills, if you fail, there's nothing to say. But if you succeed, you will obtain at least 3 Tao Source pills. You only need to give one to my Zhang family's descendant, and the rest will be yours. Chapter 2009. After listening to Zhang Gaoxian's words, Yang Kai nodded and said, This request is reasonable, so I agree, but aren't you afraid I won't keep my word? Zhang Gaoxian smiled bitterly. So what if I'm afraid? I don't have long to live, and if I don't have a suitable person to entrust it to, the Tao Source fruit will only exist in this 5-colored treasure pagoda. My Zhang family won't be able to obtain any benefits from it, so I can only take a gamble. Unfortunately, I don't have a soul contract with me, otherwise I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Then do you want me to make an oath? Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Gaoxian glanced at him and said lightly, Forget it, oaths. Haha. I really have no other choice, and seeing that this friend's temperament is not bad, I decided to do this. In addition, after this friend leaves, I would like to ask this friend to oversee my Zhang family for 10 years. 10 years? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Friend really knows how to ask for an exorbitant price. Is 10 years too much? Zhang Gaoxian looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You should know that what I gave you is a Tao Source fruit. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to obtain one even if they spent their entire life trying. With it, your chances of breaking through to the Tao Source realm will increase by at least 40% to 50%. As long as this friend's aptitude is not too bad, breaking through is absolutely a foregone conclusion. Yang Kai said lightly. To be honest, even without a Dao source fruit, I can still break through, so this thing isn't very attractive to me. Friend's tone is quite big. Zhang Gaoxian was a little shocked this time, as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, trying to see if he was being deliberately mystifying. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. After a while he sighed and said, "It seems that your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Even a Dao source fruit can't tempt you. Since that's the case, forget about 10 years, 3 years. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Gaoxian's expression changed as he said discontentedly, "Then what do you want? It's only 3 years. For a third-order origin king cultivator like you and me, 3 years isn't a long time at all. This condition is more than enough." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It's not a matter of 10 years or 3 years. I just don't want to be bound by time. Even if it was a year, I couldn't say for sure how long I would stay in Maplewood City. If something happened and I had to leave Maplewood City, wouldn't that break the agreement and create a heart demon for the rest of my life? I won't do such a loss-making business." Zhang Gaoxian was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. It seems that this Zhang was not mistaken. Friends should be people who keep their promises. If Yang Kai bargained with him, it meant that he really wanted to make this deal and would keep his promise. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just agreed and ignored it afterwards. The inner demon that Yang Kai mentioned. This also increased Zhang Gaoxian's confidence in him. If one wasn't a man of his word, it was impossible for him to have an inner demon because of breaking a promise. How about this? I can promise you that while I'm in Maplewood City, I'll help your Zhang family to the best of my ability. If your Zhang family makes any excessive demands, I won't agree. Also, they only have 3 chances to make a request of me." Yang Kai deliberated for a moment before saying, 3 times. Zhang Gaoxian fell into contemplation for a long time before raising his head and saying, "Good. We'll do as you say. 3 times is 3 times. However, I need you to send a message to the Zhang family." "That's not a problem," Yang Kai nodded. The two of them reached an agreement, and Yang Kai waited quietly to the side. Zhang Gaoxian took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, he had left behind some last words. After a while, everything was in order and Zhang Gaoxian handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. After watching him solemnly put it away, Zhang Gaoxian let out a long breath and said, "I'll leave everything to friend." "The location of the Dao source fruit?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Gaoxian smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. "Do you see that hill over there? The Dao source fruit is over there. As for its specific location..." At this point, Zhang Gaoxian suddenly fell silent, but his lips still moved slightly as he sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai quickly understood. "Friend, take this Zhang space ring back to the Zhang family. I have no use for it." Zhang Gaoxian slowly took off the space ring from his hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the opposite hill and found the place where Zhang Gaoxian had hidden the Dao source fruit according to his instructions. "He's really careful," Yang Kai muttered to himself. The patriarch of the Zhang family had not only hidden the Dao source fruit somewhere else, but also placed a spirit array around it. This spirit array could only be opened safely with his own blood essence. If one tried to break it with brute force, the spirit array would destroy the Dao source fruit. In other words, if someone really wanted to harm Zhang Gaoxian, and even force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dao source fruit, without his cooperation and taking out his blood essence, it would be impossible to succeed. The final result would only be to try to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhang Gaoxian was seriously injured, so after taking out a drop of his blood essence, his situation became even worse. Yang Kai estimated that he would be lucky to live for another day, but after half a day, he would die. Using the method Zhang Gaoxian had taught him to break the seal, Yang Kai poured his blood essence into the seal. A moment later, the seal disappeared, and a delicate wooden box appeared in its place. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the wooden box over, slowly opening it. Immediately, a golden fruit about the size of an apricot appeared before his eyes. The fragrance that entered his nose seemed to contain some kind of magical power that allowed the cultivator to more clearly feel the surrounding world principles. The Dao Source fruit was originally used to refine Dao Source pills, to assist the cultivator in breaking through to the Dao Source realm, so it was not surprising that it had such an effect. However, Yang Kai found that this Dao Source fruit was a little dry, as if many years had passed since it was picked, and there were signs of its medicinal properties fading. Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, secretly cursing this top sect in the Southern Territory. Previously, when the cultivator in Maplewood City heard that Heavenly Martial Holy Land had thrown 3 Dao Source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he almost went crazy. But now that he had actually obtained one, Yang Kai discovered that this Dao Source fruit was definitely a defective product from Heavenly Martial Holy Land's treasury. Thinking about it, if it was really a high-quality Dao Source fruit, Heavenly Martial Holy Land would not have been willing to take it out. However, even if it was a defective product, it was still a Dao Source fruit, so there was absolutely no problem using it to refine Dao Source pills. It was just that the number of pills produced would be slightly lower. Carefully putting away the Dao Source fruit, Yang Kai leapt up and quickly disappeared into the void. 2 days later, under the guidance of the heaven-escaping bat, Yang Kai arrived at a desolate valley. After arriving here, the little beast seemed to be in an extremely good mood. With a slight flicker, it drilled into the ground and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, soon arriving behind a small slope. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate carefully, but before he could find any clues, Mo Shaoqi's voice rang in his ear. "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he followed the voice to determine Mo Shaoqi's position, but when he looked around, he could not see her figure at all. She seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to completely hide her whereabouts. When he was in Clear Jade Mountain, Yang Kai had discovered that Mo Shaoqi's concealment secret technique was extraordinary, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated her methods. Yang Kai did not know what she was doing acting so mysteriously. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and walked forward step by step. After a while, Yang Kai walked to the front of the slope and looked around carefully before discovering some traces, causing him to laugh and ask, "Shaoqi, why are you hiding here?" Mo Shaoqi raised her index finger to her lips and motioned for Yang Kai to look ahead. Yang Kai was puzzled and quickly squatted down quietly, following the direction Mo Shaoqi was pointing to, and glancing over. What he saw shocked Yang Kai greatly, because about 10 kilometers in front of them, there were many cultivators gathered. Roughly counting, there were several dozen of them sitting cross-legged on the ground in groups of 3 or 5, each of them using their own methods to pour their strength into a central position. "What are they doing?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. "I don't know. It seems they have found some kind of barrier and want to work together to break it," Mo Shaoqi replied softly. "Oh." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "If there's a barrier, doesn't that mean there's a treasure? Why aren't you joining in the fun?" Mo Shaoqi frowned and shook her head. "I don't think it's right. What's inside that barrier might not be a treasure. If it's not a treasure, what is it?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I don't know, so I'm just watching from here," Mo Shaoqi replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless, but he was also very curious about what kind of barrier it was that required so many origin kings to work together to break it. Generally speaking, the more powerful a barrier was, the more extraordinary the treasure hidden inside it would be. A barrier that required several dozen origin kings to work together to break would at least contain a Dao Source grade treasure, perhaps even an Emperor grade treasure. It was no wonder that so many people were able to work together peacefully. "What do you think is wrong?" Yang Kai thought for a while and asked. They were more than 10 kilometers away, and there were so many cultivators there. So he didn't dare to release his divine sense rashly, lest he expose his whereabouts. I can't say. The closer I got to that place, the more panicked I felt, like there was some kind of danger. Mo Xiaoqi replied seriously. Are you sure? Yang Kai's face changed. Generally speaking, cultivators had their own telepathy. This kind of feeling was hard to explain. But once it appeared, it meant that something was really happening to the cultivator. Mo Xiaoqi had an extraordinary background. And since she had such a feeling, it meant that the barrier over there was likely to be something dangerous sealed inside. I'm still panicking. Mo Xiaoqi patted her chest with her small hand. Besides, Xiaofu also has this feeling. Chapter 2010. Of course, Yang Kai knew that the little bat she mentioned was the heaven-escaping bat that had lured him all the way here. This little thing was born with keen senses, and it was thanks to it that Yang Kai was able to avoid many barriers and traps along the way. Since both man and beast had this feeling, it should not be wrong. At that moment, Yang Kai no longer made a sound and instead, together with Mo Xiaoqi, hid in the distance and secretly observed. With this glance, Yang Kai discovered something interesting. He and Mo Xiaoqi were not the only two cultivators who were hiding and watching. There were also some who had used some kind of secret technique to conceal their figures and auras, hiding in the void, or hiding in some unknown place. All of them focused their attention on the scene ahead. Over there, the dozens of Origin Kings seemed to have been cracking the barrier for a long time, and each of them had consumed a lot of their strength. They all took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, refining them to restore themselves while continuing to crack the barrier. As the power of these dozens of cultivators poured into the barrier, a fluorescent flame-like symbol gradually appeared in the center of their gathering. A scorching power surged out from that direction. Raging cross-flame seal? Mo Xiaoqi suddenly exclaimed in a low voice after seeing this scene. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Mo Xiaoqi nodded lightly. I've read about it in ancient books, but it's a very ancient sealing technique that basically no one knows how to use now. The principle of this seal is very simple, but it requires a great deal of strength to accomplish. I really don't know what's sealed beneath it. We'll know in a while, Yang Kai added. 10 kilometers ahead, when the raging cross-flame seal appeared, the dozens of cultivators who were cracking the seal suddenly became excited. Someone even shouted, "Everyone, let's work harder. The barrier is about to be broken, and the treasure is about to appear." These words completely aroused the enthusiasm of the cultivators. The cultivators seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as they desperately urged their strength to pour it into the center of the seal. As time passed, the raging cross-flame seal became more and more complete. As more and more power poured in, the raging cross-flame seal seemed to be gradually unable to bear it. The blazing flames began to go berserk, and crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the seal. At a certain moment, the flaming cross suddenly trembled. After a series of distortions, it abruptly shrank toward the center. In the next instant, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Countless flames flew in all directions. A violent shockwave swept out from this explosion, sending several dozen Origin Kings flying. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and had summoned their defensive artifacts. So although everyone looked a little embarrassed, no one was injured. The restriction has been broken, someone exclaimed loudly, and his voice carried a sense of pleasant surprise. The rest of the people looked forward. Everyone's hearts trembled. In the place where the restriction had originally been, the blazing cross seal had already disappeared. In its place was a large pit in the ground. It was dark and seemed to be bottomless. The numerous Origin King realm cultivator, who had just stabilized themselves, could no longer hold back. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards the giant pit at an extremely fast speed, attempting to snatch the treasure before everyone else. Everyone had the same thought, and all of a sudden, many people rushed to the side of the crater. They exchanged glances with each other. Hostility grew, and in an instant, a chaotic battle broke out around the giant pit. They were here because they wanted to break the restriction. That was why they had temporarily joined forces, and now that the restriction had been broken, naturally, there was no need for them to join forces. Even some cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to watch the show also revealed themselves and rushed towards the giant pit. Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi did not make a move, and there were also a few more cautious cultivators who did not show themselves. Not far ahead, a bright light soon burst out as the power of artifacts and martial skills was displayed. From time to time, someone would be injured and fall. In this chaos, a few people quickly rushed into the giant pit. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and gave up on their opponents and chased after them. For a time, only a few cultivators with bloodshot eyes were left above the giant pit, while everyone else chased after them. "It's so lively here." Suddenly, a voice sounded not far from where Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi were hiding. Yang Kai was shocked because although he had been paying attention to the situation in the giant pit, he did not relax his vigilance. He did not notice that someone was close to him until this voice sounded. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. About 100 or so feet to his right, there was an old man with a wretched appearance, sloppily dressed and a goatee. He had one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. He was currently looking forward with narrowed eyes. "Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth, why bother?" The old man suddenly muttered in a low voice with an unfathomable look on his face. At this moment, the old man gave off a kind of ethereal feeling, which surprised Yang Kai. "It's that old swindler." Mo Xiaoqi also noticed the newcomer. After seeing his appearance, she was furious and immediately wanted to show herself to teach this old man who had deceived her a lesson. However, Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Although Mo Xiaoqi did not know why Yang Kai wanted to stop her, she still nodded obediently. At that moment, the old man with the goatee took a step forward, his figure blurring as he appeared a few dozen meters away. He then squatted down and looked at the Origin King Realm cultivator in front of him, who had lost an arm or a leg, and was howling miserably. This martial artist had been severely injured in the melee, and even half of his limbs had been chopped off. He had managed to escape with his life, but in the end, his physical strength had been exhausted and he had fallen here. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a spectacular sight. "Brother, your injuries are very serious." The old man with the goatee stared at the other party with a compassionate expression, like a bodhisattva who had come to save the world. Old sir, save me." The cultivator stretched out his remaining arm and desperately tried to grab the old man, begging with difficulty. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This old man cannot just ignore it. The injury of a severed limb is not easy to deal with. If it is not treated properly, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. TSK, how pitiful. However, fortunately, this old man has an ancestral spirit pill here, the 9 Revolutions soul restoring pill. It can bring flesh back to bone and bring the dead back to life. This old man sees that we are fated to meet, so he will sell it to you at a cheap price. As the old man spoke, he mysteriously took out a spirit pill from his space ring. The cultivator's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw while drowning. He nodded repeatedly and said, I'll buy it. How many source crystals is it?" "It's not expensive, just give me your space ring," the old man said with a smile. Saying so, he stuffed the so-called 9 Revolutions soul-restoring pill into the cultivator's mouth without any explanation, then took off the space ring from his hand without any hesitation. Before the cultivator could react, the deal had already been made. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." The old man grinned and chuckled as if he was chanting a curse, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. "Big brother Yang, look at this old man. He's actually robbing people. This is too much." Mo Xiaoqi was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. She and Kai Yang were hiding in the dark, watching the old man's actions with their own eyes. She originally thought that this old man was just a swindler, but now, it seemed that he not only liked to cheat people, but also robbed people. How could Mo Xiaoqi tolerate this? It is indeed too much. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I'll go teach him a lesson." Mo Xiaoqi shouted and revealed herself. But before she could do anything, the ground suddenly shook and a rumbling sound came from underground, like muffled thunder. Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi's expressions changed at the same time. Before they could figure out what was going on, streams of light shot out from the pit 10 kilometers away in a panic. It was the cultivator who had rushed in to fight for the treasures. When these cultivator rushed in, there were dozens of them, but now, only half of them came back alive. All of them were injured and looked panicked, as if they had seen ghosts in broad daylight. After getting out of the pit, they didn't stop and fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, many cultivator disappeared from Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi's sight. What's happening underground? Emo Xiaoqi exclaimed. Something's wrong, let's go. Yang Kai made a prompt decision and wanted to take Emo Xiaoqi away from this damned place. Under his perception, he vaguely felt a powerful life fluctuation coming from underground, and it was quickly awakening. His speed was so fast that it was almost unimaginable. Moreover, the strength of the fluctuations made him have no intention of fighting back. Kacha. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the ground. In the blink of an eye, with the pit as the center, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was crisscrossed with cracks of various sizes. It wasn't over yet, as green vines started to emerge from the cracks. These vines seemed to have a life of their own, constantly twisting and squirming as they grew madly. In an instant, the area within a radius of several kilometers looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. It was a horrifying sight. Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi had already leaped into the air. Just as they moved, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under their feet. The tip of the vine was as sharp as a sword, and it pierced through the place where Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi were standing just now. One could imagine that if the two had been a little slower, they would have been caught in a bitter battle. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Yang Kai was shocked, and turned his head to look. Not far away, a cultivator who had been hiding in the void had his chest pierced by a sharp vine, and was hanging in midair. This cultivator was also an origin king. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the vine's shackles. In the blink of an eye, even more vines wrapped around him, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 2011. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be a gurgling sound as traces of blood spread out from the vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the cultivator wrapped in the vines instantly stopped moving. Not only that, his entire body shriveled up and soon became skin and bones, as if his flesh and blood had disappeared. Blood essence is being devoured. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Of course, Yang Kai could see what had happened to this cultivator. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the man's flesh and blood essence had been completely sucked dry by the vines that had pierced through his body, leaving him deader than dead. That cultivator was an origin king, but in front of these vines, he was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child. Wood spirit, it's a wood spirit. A wood spirit is actually sealed underground. At this moment, Emo Xiaoqi suddenly screamed, her voice filled with obvious panic. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen her so panicked. Even when she encountered the infant Luan Feng on Clear Jade Mountain, she had remained calm, but after learning the truth, her beautiful face immediately paled. Big brother Yang, let's leave quickly. We are not its opponent. It can quickly restore itself by absorbing the flesh and blood essence of others. After Emo Xiaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand and tossed out a flawless white jade chariot. She pulled Yang Kai, and the two of them boarded the chariot at the same time. Immediately after, Emo Xiaoqi formed a series of hand seals and poured her strength into the war chariot. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a dozen or so barriers appeared on the war chariot in an instant, making it look like it was impregnable. Immediately after, Emo Xiaoqi shouted softly, "Go!" The chariot trembled slightly. It was about to carry the two of them away from here. But at that moment, countless vines crazily spread out from the cracks in the ground, either turning into whips or thorns. They madly attacked the chariot. For a time, the barriers on the chariot flashed wildly, but fortunately, this chariot seemed to be of a very high grade, and its barriers were quite strong. The vine attacks that could instantly kill an origin king were unable to break through the chariot's barriers. However, with so many attacks, The chariot was also a little shaky and could not escape at all. After a short delay, the chariot was tightly wrapped in vines. Mo Xiaoqi's face could not help but turn pale. Moonblade! Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and opened them. A huge crescent blade suddenly shot out, cutting the vines that were entangling the war chariot. Although there were results, Yang Kai's face was still gloomy. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the defensive power of these vines. That huge crescent blade could only cut through 4 vines before losing its power. In the blink of an eye, the vines that were cut apart grew back and continued to wrap around the chariot. Big Brother Yang, if you use fire elemental energy, you won't be able to destroy these vines completely. Mo Xiaoqi shouted a warning as she stretched out her hand and patted a cloth bag on her waist. Immediately, a fierce beast that looked like a qilin jumped out of the bag. It was crimson in color and exuded a peak 10th order aura. This fierce beast opened its mouth wide and spat out a fierce flame. Wherever the ferocious flames passed, the vines seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, twisting and retracting. Yang Kai saw this. He immediately had a plan in his mind. Activating his fire sword chi from his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he condensed a flaming long sword in his hand and slashed it out continuously, cutting down the vines. However, the vines that were cut off did not grow back immediately. Fire attribute energy seemed to be able to restrain these vines. Mo Xiaoqi did not stay idle either, and after releasing the qilin-like beast, she immediately went to work. She summoned the qilin beast and summoned a crimson handkerchief. Pouring her source chi into it, the handkerchief immediately turned into a cloud of fire and burned everything around it. With the combined power of 2 people and 1 beast, they finally cleared the vines that were wrapping the war chariot for a while. Without waiting for the vines to wrap around it again, Mo Xiaoqi had already stomped her foot on the war chariot, and it instantly flew out like an arrow from a bow. Behind them, countless vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they chased after them. But they were thrown further and further away. After 10 breaths, the war chariot finally escaped from the danger zone, and the vines no longer chased after it. Mo Xiaoqi gasped for breath, looking as if she had just survived a disaster. Looking back, within a radius of 10 kilometers, countless vines were flying around like tentacles, making one's hair stand on end. Xiaoqi, what is a wood spirit? Yang Kai finally had time to ask. It is the product of a divine tree's sentience. It has its own consciousness and is extremely difficult to deal with. Depending on the type of divine tree, a wood spirit has a different innate divine technique. I don't know what kind of ability the one we encountered was, but basically, all wood spirits are extremely difficult to kill, because the pure wood attribute represents vitality and recovery. Even if it is severely injured, it can recover after a while. There are good and bad wood spirits as well. This wood spirit should be an extremely dangerous creature. I don't know how long it has been sealed away, but its strength must have dropped a lot. Otherwise, with our current strength, it would have been impossible to escape this calamity. A wood spirit is so terrifying. Yang Kai was stunned. Of course, Big Brother Yang, you must not underestimate it. A master from the Emperor realm once fell at the hands of a wood spirit, so now that it has been released, it must want to restore its strength as soon as possible. Judging from the previous situation, the best way for it to restore its strength is to devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator like us. Oh no, this second layer is no longer safe. Mo Xiaoqi's face changed when she said this. That's not necessarily the case. The second layer is quite large. Can't we just find a place to hide? What if we run into it? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai and asked worriedly. Then what should we do? Return to the first layer? Yang Kai frowned. We can only go up the 5-colored treasure pagoda. We can't go down, so we can't go back to the first layer. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, but suddenly her eyes lit up. How about we go to the 3rd layer? Yang Kai was stunned. How do we go there? Didn't you say only the 1st and 2nd layers of the 5-colored treasure pagoda were open this time? Let's give it a try. If we really can't go up, there's nothing we can do about it. If we're lucky, we'll be lucky. Mo Xiaoqi grinned meaningfully before putting the qilin-like beast into her cloth bag and releasing the heaven-escaping bat again, instructing it to find the entrance to the third layer. 3 days later, the two stood in front of a 5-colored pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. This 5-colored pillar of light was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen before, so it was obviously the entrance to the third layer. But when Yang Kai tried it just now, there was no reaction after he stepped in, unlike before where he would be teleported to the next layer as soon as he stepped in. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Xiaoqi helplessly, but the latter just smiled mysteriously and took out a long shuttle-like artifact from her space ring. As soon as this artifact appeared, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because he felt a unique aura from this artifact. This was definitely not an Origin King grade artifact, or even a Dao Source grade artifact. An Emperor artifact. This long shuttle-like artifact was definitely an Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts carried their own principal strength, and the Emperor artifacts in Yang Kai's possession were all like this, allowing him to display great power. The one in Mo Xiaoqi's hand was obviously also an Emperor artifact. Although Yang Kai was shocked in his heart, after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural. As such, he did not ask rashly. This 9-star seal breaker shuttle is an artifact given to me by Auntie Feng. It specializes in breaking all kinds of barriers. Although I can't display its full power with my current ability, with Big Brother Yang's help, I may be able to break through the barriers here and enter the third layer. Mo Xiaoqi took the initiative to explain. What do you need me to do? Yang Kai asked. It's like this. Mo Xiaoqi explained briefly to Yang Kai before teaching him a set of techniques. Yang Kai memorized them carefully, and after simulating them a few times, nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi understood, stretched out her hand, and tossed the 9-star seal breaker shuttle into the air, forming a series of hand seals, and causing the artifact to expand to about 6 meters in length. She took the lead, and entered the 9-star seal breaker shuttle before beckoning to Yang Kai. After both of them entered, Mo Xiaoqi sealed the 9-star seal breaker shuttle, before exchanging a glance with Yang Kai. At the same time, both of them began forming a series of seals. As time passed, the power in their bodies continued to pour into the 9-star breakage shuttle, and the surface of the 9-star breakage shuttle began to shine with starlight. Suddenly, on the surface of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle, a pattern of stars lit up. After a while, another pattern of stars lit up. After a while, a third pattern of stars lit up. By this time, whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Xiaoqi, both of them had reached their limits. The strength of the two of them fluctuated unsteadily as their expressions became extremely strained. After all, this was an Emperor artifact, so even if the two of them combined their strength, they could not display even half of its power. Mo Xiaoqi's expression became solemn as she changed the hand seals in her hand and shouted, "Break!" In the next moment, the 9-star seal breaker shuttle flickered slightly and rushed into the 5-colored pillar of light, disappearing in the next instant. The two people inside the shuttle felt a sense of weightlessness at the same time. Both of them were overjoyed, but they did not lower their guard and continued to maintain the power of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle. After a while, the feeling of discomfort disappeared. The two of them exchanged a glance before Mo Xiaoqi opened the 9-star seal breaker shuttle expectantly and took the lead to rush out. Immediately afterwards, her cheers rang out. "Big Brother Yang, we seem to have really arrived in the third layer." Yang Kai was also overjoyed. When he came out, he found that although this place looked similar to the second layer, there were some differences. The principal fragments flowing around seemed to be much denser. "It's not that difficult," Mo Xiaoqi giggled, quite proud of herself. "Restore your strength first. The third layer is much more dangerous than the second," Yang Kai reminded while releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. After confirming that there was no danger around, he sat down cross-legged, took out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth to restore the strength he had consumed before. Mo Xiaoqi did the same, but before she did so, she released her silver-maned liger, heaven-escaping bat, and the fire qilin-like monster beast, and ordered them to stand guard around her. Chapter 2012. One day later, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi opened their eyes one after another, each of them glowing brightly. Obviously, they had completely recovered. Mo Xiaoqi recalled her monster beast while asking Yang Kai, "Big brother Yang, since we've reached the third layer, we can't miss out on the benefits here. Should we act together or separately?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think?" Mo Xiaoqi giggled. "If we want to be safe, I think it's better to act together. But if we want to reap more benefits, we'd better split up. Big brother Yang, you may not know this, but the benefits of the 5-colored treasure pagoda do not lie in the precious treasures it produces, nor do they lie in the artifacts left behind here. The real benefits lie in the fragmented world laws and star sources that are scattered throughout the world. I've heard about this before, but I've never seen it before. What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Of course it's because there aren't many of these things in the first and second layers, but the third layer is different. What's more, there are only the two of us here, so no one is competing with us. If we can obtain some world principles and star sources, it will definitely be of great help to us in breaking through to the Tao source realm." Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "So what you mean is that you want to act separately?" Mo Xiaoqi immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "After all, if two people are together, even if we find some benefits, we'll have to split them in half. Big brother Yang, it's not that I don't want to share equally with you, it's just—" "I understand. Since you're confident in yourself, let's split up." Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. "Then you must be careful, big brother Yang. There is a Tao source realm monster beast in the third layer." "You too?" Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai was actually not worried about Mo Xiaoqi. With her means and the artifacts she carried, even if she really encountered a Tao source realm monster beast, it would only be an 11th order monster beast. It wouldn't be a big deal, and even if she couldn't defeat it, she could at least protect herself. Moreover, he himself wasn't too afraid. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just release the monster insect queen. As long as he did not encounter a large group of level 11 monster beast, Yang Kai was confident that he would be safe on the third floor. He could even use this opportunity to condense his own Blood Fiend. The Blood Fiend army that was condensed in the territory of the homeland Starback then was no longer of much use in the astral boundary, so it was time for a replacement. After the two finished their discussion, they quickly found a direction and went their separate ways. The two of them ran in opposite directions, and even if the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened to the end of the time limit, they would not meet again. This way, there was enough space for the two of them to search for their own opportunities. One day later, Yang Kai stood on a piece of flat ground, opening and closing his palms, sending out a series of moon blades. Not far in front of Yang Kai, the snow-white monster insect queen swung its twin swords and unleashed a series of purple and blue streaks of light, displaying the full power of its origin king-grade high-rank swords. Around the monster insect queen, an ice domain filled the air, accompanied by the power of ice principles, froze the ground within a 1,000-meter radius. The monster insect queen's opponent was an 11th order blue flame thunder wolf. This was a monster beast that was both a wolf and a jackal. It was small in size and extremely agile in its movements. It had an innate mastery of fire and thunder, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The monster insect queen was now able to display the strength of a second-order Tao source realm master, but it had been able to fight with it for most of the day. Still, it was unable to kill it. It was obvious how outstanding this blue flame thunder wolf's ability was. Yang Kai did not dare to intervene in their battle rashly, and simply stood in the distance, constantly using his space force to interfere with the blue flame thunder wolf's movements. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the blue flame thunder wolf's body, as the ice domain of the monster insect queen spread out and invaded its body. Its opponent's movements also became slower and slower. This was the terrifying aspect of the ice concept. It could silently weaken the enemy's perception and speed, causing the enemy to become sluggish without anyone noticing. causing them to lose their lives. After another 2 hours, accompanied by a miserable howl, the monster insect queen's purple and green dual swords finally pierced its enemy's vitals, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The blue flame thunder wolf's desperate counterattack forced the monster insect queen to retreat again and again. But this was nothing more than a futile struggle. A moment later, the blue flame thunder wolf's eyes lost their light, and it fell to the ground, never to move again. Only then did Yang Kai step forward. The monster insect queen opened its mouth and swallowed the purple and green dual swords before crawling over to Yang Kai's feet and intimately rubbing against him. It was impossible for ordinary blood beasts to do this, but the monster insect queen had its own chaotic sentience, so its actions could be explained. Squatting in front of the blue flame thunder wolf, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before deciding to condense it into his own blood beast. Forcing out a golden blood thread from his finger, Yang Kai pierced it into the blue flame thunder wolf's corpse, sat down cross-legged in front of it, and began forming a series of seals. Half a day later, the already dead blue flame thunder wolf swayed and stood up again. However, at this moment its eyes were dim, without the slightest trace of spirit. Moreover, its entire body was emitting a faint layer of bloody light. This was the most prominent characteristic of a blood beast. Yang Kai probed it slightly and determined that the strength of this new blood beast had not fallen to the Origin King realm and was still in the Tao Source realm, a fact which satisfied him greatly. With the monster insect queen's large blood beast guarding him, Yang Kai could now explore most of the third layer without worrying about encountering any danger. Immediately, Yang Kai took the 2 blood beasts and continued exploring. 2 days later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged somewhere in the third layer with a happy expression on his face as he silently circulated his secret art. At the same time, streams of light visible to the naked eye shot towards him from the sky, like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. These streams of light that could be seen with the naked eye contain the power of the broken laws of this primordial battlefield. This was the biggest benefit of the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Mo Xiaoqi had mentioned. Yang Kai had happened to pass by here and discovered this by chance, so he no longer hesitated and quickly began absorbing these streams of light. After absorbing these streams of light into his body, Yang Kai could clearly see the mysteries of these world principles, laying a good foundation for his future breakthrough to the Tao Source realm. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a strange thing. That was, after these streams of light entered his body, the shattered principles they carried with them were too large for Yang Kai to absorb them all. But instead of disappearing, they all rushed towards the location of the sealed world bead, and then disappeared. From the information sent back by the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that all the world principles that had disappeared were pouring into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had undergone tremendous changes. The space inside the sealed world bead became more and more vast as the world principles poured in, gradually forming the outline of a real world. Inside the sealed world bead, there seemed to be some inexplicable changes because of the influx of these world principles. At first, Kai Yang didn't quite understand what was going on, but after thinking about it carefully, he thought of a possibility. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, a powerful master from the emperor realm, who had refined a huge space to form a space artifact. The world principles inside it were not perfect, so even if it could accommodate people and allow them to cultivate, it still could not become a real world. At this moment, the world principles pouring in from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were helping the sealed world bead perfect its own world principles. Once the world principles inside the sealed world bead were complete, the sealed world bead would truly become a real world. Yang Kai could not verify the validity of this guess for the time being, but it was not far from the truth. As such, he did not panic too much and simply let it do as it pleased. In any case, this was the remaining world principles inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so absorbing more wouldn't affect him. This absorption lasted for more than half a day, and when there were no more streams of light falling from the sky, Yang Kai could not help opening his eyes. Focusing on his comprehension, Yang Kai found that his understanding of the world principles had indeed improved, and he vaguely understood some of the mysteries of the Tao source realm. But this was far from enough. Moreover, the sealed world bead was not satisfied. It seemed that it could still absorb more world principles and become more complete. Standing up, Yang Kai continued his search. What Yang Kai didn't know was that a cultivation site like the one he had just entered, which should have been enough for a dozen Origin King realm cultivators to break through to the Tao source realm, had absorbed most of the world principles because of the existence of the sealed world bead. Not only did this shorten the time he needed to comprehend these world principles, but it also caused this cultivation site to become ordinary for the next 100 years. If Star Soul Palace were to learn of this, they would definitely not let him off so easily. To a certain extent, such a cultivation site was a kind of foundation for Star Soul Palace. Destroying the foundation of a sect was no small matter. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept searching for similar locations, but unfortunately, there seemed to be very few such places, so he had not been able to find one. Over the past few days, he had also encountered some monster beast attacks, but with the protection of the monster insect queen and the blood beast, these monster beasts naturally couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Yang Kai could either die tragically under the siege of the two blood beasts or flee when the situation turned bad. Yang Kai did not condense new blood beasts, and instead began to dispose of the monster beast's corpse, taking out its monster core and all other valuable parts in preparation for future use or sale. His previous experiences in his native star field had taught him that he didn't need too many blood beasts. If he had too many blood beasts, controlling them would consume too much spiritual energy. On top of that, condensing blood beasts would not only consume his golden blood threads, but it would also be equivalent to giving up on the monster beast corpses. After several days of fruitless searching, Yang Kai was in a bad mood. He didn't know when the 5-colored treasure pagoda would close, but this time, it had been open for a long time, so it shouldn't be open for long. This rare opportunity was impossible to come by a second time, so Yang Kai couldn't wait to search for more streams of light. Drawing a line in the space in front of him, at the tip of his finger, an inexplicable force flowed out, and where his finger passed, a dark void crack appeared. Yang Kai was not using his space force at the moment, but he was still able to achieve this. This was all thanks to the power of the world principles. A Tao source realm cultivator had a preliminary understanding of world principles and could mobilize world principles for their own use to enhance their own killing techniques. At this moment, Yang Kai had already touched the edge of world principles, all thanks to his bottomless comprehension and absorption over the past few days. However, the world principles he had comprehended were still shallow, so when his finger passed through them, the tiny void crack immediately returned to its original state and could not be maintained for too long. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected the origin essence crystal in his body. The origin essence crystal, which was originally black like a black hole, now had a faint fluorescent glow flowing out from its surface. Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was condensed from all his insights into the Tao of space, allowing him to enhance the use of his space force. At this moment, after comprehending world principles, the origin essence crystal was imbued with world principles, making it even more unpredictable. From now on, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could slightly mobilize the world principles of this origin essence. What's more, it was the strange and inexplicable space principles. This kind of enhancement was a qualitative change, a fundamental change. Although he could not use this ability too many times with his current strength, once he broke through to the Tao source realm, the situation would be completely different. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, Yang Kai once again began absorbing the light in front of him with the sealed world bead. 2 days later, the mass of light had shrunk by more than a dozen times, and the light it emitted had become somewhat dim, as if there was not much left after this absorption. Yang Kai was unaware of this, and was completely immersed in his own comprehension. Suddenly, A slight groan came from in front of him. Although this sound was soft, it was extremely real. Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, but when a second groan came, his expression changed, and he quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, affected by the change in his mood, the monster insect queen and blue flame thunder wolf, who had been standing guard nearby, also quickly returned and stood guard beside him. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face, and only after a long time did he whisper, "There's someone here?" It was not until now that he discovered that there was actually a human figure inside the mass of light in front of him. Previously, the mass of light was too bright, and the principal strength was too rich, so he did not notice any abnormalities inside. It was only now that the mass of light had weakened to a certain extent that the figure inside was revealed. Was this person originally inside, or did she run in later? And who was this person? Yang Kai was completely at a loss. However, judging from the graceful figure, the existence inside the mass of light was a woman. Yang Kai immediately thought of Emo Shaoqi. After all, in this third layer, only he and Emo Shaoqi were still alive. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He and Emo Shaoqi were clearly moving in the opposite direction. So how could she have hidden inside this mass of light in advance? Moreover, the figure's curves were somewhat different from Emo Shaoqi's. Could it be an old monster sealed here? Yang Kai remembered the wood spirit he encountered in the second layer, and could not help guessing in his heart, causing him to break out in cold sweat. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the woman opposite him opened her eyes slightly, a pair of bright eyes glancing at him through the mass of light. Yang Kai frowned, got up quickly, and stared ahead vigilantly. But what he did not expect was that the other party would just glance at him, before closing her beautiful eyes again, as if he did not exist. But soon, Yang Kai understood why she did this. Not long after the woman closed her eyes, the world energy in the sky began to surge. Near the woman, a number of high-quality source crystals exploded, turning into pure and rich world energy that gathered in one place. Immediately afterward, thunder rolled in the sky, and a large dark cloud suddenly appeared. There were even signs of lightning flashing through it. The world energy formed by the exploding source crystals madly gathered in the sky, forming an extremely terrifying phenomenon in the blink of an eye. A breakthrough. Yang Kai could not help but take a few steps back, his face changing dramatically. This woman was obviously trying to break through a great realm here, and the phenomenon in front of him was obviously the world energy baptism that one needed to welcome when breaking through a great realm. At this moment, Yang Kai also noticed that the woman's true cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third order origin king realm. If she were to break through, she would be a Dao source realm cultivator. This woman should not be an old monster who had been sealed here for countless years, but a cultivator who came here from Maplewood City, just like him. Yang Kai judged in his heart. However, he did not know what method she used to enter the third layer. This thought made Yang Kai's heart tremble. No matter who this woman was, since she could enter the third layer, she was obviously not ordinary. She had deliberately come to the third layer in order to break through. The huge ball of light from before should have been gathered by her. In other words, he seemed to have robbed her of her benefits. In an instant, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. This was not a place he should stay for long. What if she wanted to find trouble with him after breaking through? Although Yang Kai was not afraid of a Dao Source Realm cultivator who had just broken through, this was still a troublesome matter, so after he reacted, he immediately fled. At that moment, the woman over there seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and suddenly said, "Stand there obediently, or I'll teach you a lesson." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind to leave, how could he pay attention to her? Immediately, he waved his hand, collected the two blood beasts, and soared into the air to fly away. The woman coldly snorted, raised her jade white hand, and condensed a large amount of starlight. This starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow in a very short time, and with a wave of her hand, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. A whistling sound rang out, But before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his back. Startled, he turned around and threw out 2 punches. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged as the condensed fists collided with the starlight arrow, creating a violent explosion that swept out in all directions. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the recoil to fly far away in an instant. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. He really ran away fast. Inside the ball of light, the woman ground her teeth as her brow furrowed, somewhat at a loss. Strange, how could there be someone in the 3rd layer? And this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary origin king. Chapter 2014. The woman herself was not an ordinary origin king, and now that she was on the verge of breaking through, her attack was naturally extraordinarily powerful. It was not something an ordinary origin king could resist. Yang Kai was fine after taking her attack, and even used the momentum to retreat faster, allowing the woman to have a general idea of his strength. A small Maplewood city actually has such a cultivator? The woman frowned, looking quite surprised. But soon, she had no time to think because the world energy baptism for breaking through a great realm was about to arrive. So she could only hold her breath and concentrate. Not long after, huge bolts of energy descended from the sky like bolts of lightning, heading straight for the woman. Yang Kai fled 100 kilometers or so before slowly coming to a stop. He did not know who this woman he met in the 3rd layer was, or what method she used to enter this place. But since he had taken a lot of benefits from her, it was best to withdraw first. The woman was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so it was obviously impossible for her to chase after him. So Yang Kai was not too worried. Behind him, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. Looking back, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the world energy manifestation in the distance. He immediately knew that the woman was already undergoing the world energy baptism, and once she succeeded, she would be able to break through to the Tao source realm. And judging from the woman's previous state, it was obvious that she had been preparing for this moment for a long time, so her chances of success were not small. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a step forward again, heading in the opposite direction of the woman. In the next few days, Yang Kai's gains were quite small, and he even encountered some dangers. He was chased by a peak 11th order monster beast for a long time. A peak 11th order monster beast was almost equivalent to a 3rd order Tao source realm cultivator. Not something Yang Kai could resist with his current strength. If not for the protection of the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf, as well as his understanding of space principles, he would have been in big trouble. After escaping the pursuit of the monster beast with great difficulty, Yang Kai had only just recovered half a day ago. Suddenly, he felt the space around him tighten, as a vague world force squeezed him from all directions, completely immobilizing him. His expression changed greatly, but before he could circulate his chi to resist, a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared under his feet. The array spun and sent out a suction force, firmly nailing Yang Kai to the ground. The next moment, it completely devoured him. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai finally relaxed. He knew that this was probably because the 5-colored treasure pagoda had closed, and all of the surviving cultivators had been teleported out. He immediately relaxed his resistance, and allowed the power of the formation to pull him in. Sure enough, when Yang Kai's vision was restored, they had returned to the square of the city lord's mansion. The crowd was densely packed, and jostling shoulder to shoulder. All of them had a pained expression on their faces. It was obvious that they had yet to recover from the teleportation. In order to avoid being too independent, Yang Kai also pretended to be unwell, and slowly woke up. Noises immediately came from all around. Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Naturally, some had obtained great opportunities, some had returned empty-handed, and some had even died inside. Now everything was over. Of course, the scene was one of joy and sorrow. However, tens of thousands of Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda. But now, only half of them had returned alive. The rest had all died inside the pagoda. It could be seen that although there were many opportunities inside the five-colored treasure pagoda, it was also very dangerous. The several people from the Emperor realm seemed to have been sitting on the high platform without moving. Xiao Yuyang, who was in the middle, swept his gaze across the crowd and fixed his gaze on a graceful woman with a blue veil covering her face. The woman's eyes, which were as bright as stars, also happened to look at Xiao Yuyang. The two looked at each other, and the woman nodded gently. Xiao Yuyang immediately let out a hearty laugh, appearing very happy. Master Xiao seems to be in a good mood. Chen Wenhao, who was sitting on Xiao Yuyang's right, glanced at him suspiciously. Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, "It's okay. Brother Chen, do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare." Chen Wenhao's face twitched, and he quickly admitted defeat. Although he was a master from Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and had a powerful First-Order Emperor realm cultivation, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. Even his cultivation was higher than Chen Wenhao's. So how could Chen Wenhao dare to act presumptuously in front of Xiao Yuyang? However, it is quite surprising that so many cultivators in this small Maplewood city were able to come out of the five-colored treasure pagoda alive. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple swept his eyes back and forth in the crowd, as if looking for good seedlings, and said, "City Lord Duan is blessed. Maplewood City is full of talents. Although the loss this time is not small, those who survived will definitely be able to hold up the sky for Maplewood City in the future. Master Feng is too kind. It is all thanks to several masters' blessings." Maplewood City's City Lord Duan Yuanshan smiled from ear to ear, his tone extremely humble. Just as Feng Ming said, although the opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City this time caused a huge loss to the city's cultivator, it was definitely worth it. Among those who came out of the five-colored treasure pagoda alive, as long as even 1 in 1,000 could advance further in the future, it would be enough to raise the strength of Maplewood City by several levels. He even saw his son, Duan Tianxi, in the crowd with a radiant look on his face. Obviously, his harvest was not small, so how could he not be happy? Right at that moment, Duan Yuanshan suddenly frowned and took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. He poured his divine sense into it, and his expression changed drastically. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Duan Tianxi in the crowd, only to see the latter nod at him. At that moment, several other messages were sent out from the communication artifact, and they were all about the same thing. These messages were all from the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families. "City Lord Duan, what happened? Why do you look so pale?" Feng Ming looked at Duan Yuanshan strangely and asked. "Master, something bad has happened." Duan Yuanshan heard this and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Feng Ming smiled. "City Lord Duan, please don't be an alarmist. With us here, how could something bad happen?" It was no wonder he was so confident. After all, there were 5 people from the Emperor realm here, one of whom was a second-order emperor. As long as it wasn't one of the 10 great emperors who came to massacre the city, they would be able to deal with it. Duan Yuanshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It's like this. My Maplewood City's cultivator broke a seal in the second layer of the pagoda and released an ancient wood spirit from it." "What?" Feng Ming heard this and his face changed, standing up abruptly. "Is this true?" "It's true. This Duan just received the report from the various patriarchs and came to report it without any delay." "Wood spirit? There's a wood spirit in the second layer of the pagoda?" A young woman who had not spoken until now frowned and asked in surprise. This young woman was Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, a powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Master, who was on equal footing with Feng Ming and the others. A wood spirit is not easy to deal with, and it's an ancient wood spirit. "Master Xiao, why didn't you tell us this earlier?" Chen Wenhao glanced at Xiao Yuyang with some resentment. Xiao Yuyang rolled his eyes and said, "The five-colored treasure pagoda is not as simple as you think. Even the great emperors couldn't investigate the things inside it clearly. Many of the seals and barriers are very well hidden, and even if the great emperors came here in person, they might not be able to discover them. This wood spirit that was released is most likely sealed in a hidden place." With his explanation, the others didn't have anything to say. Master, please take action and kill this wood spirit, otherwise, it will become a great disaster for my Maplewood City. Duan Yuanshan looked at the six from the Emperor realm with a pleading look. It's just a trivial wood spirit. Why would City Lord Duan be afraid of it? Moreover, it has been sealed for countless years, so its strength must have declined greatly. There is no need for us to take action. City Lord Duan can kill it himself, Feng Ming said indifferently. Duan Yuanshan said with a bitter face. Master Feng may not know, but according to the information I received, this wood spirit can quickly restore its strength by devouring the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood. Moreover, it can spread its wood seed and hide in a cultivator's body, waiting for the right time to break out and occupy the cultivator's body. Among my Maplewood City's cultivators, I'm afraid some of them have already been affected. Such a thing happened. This time, the six from the Emperor realm couldn't help but pale slightly. It's true. This information was given to me by my son. He almost suffered a fatal blow from one of his companions who had a wood seed hidden in his body. Duan Yuanshan quickly replied. If that's the case, then the situation is a bit serious, Xiao Yuyang said with a serious expression. Since the wood spirit came out of my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, this Xiao can't just sit back and do nothing. How about this, City Lord Duan? You go and activate Maplewood City's barrier and close the city gates, allowing entry but not exit. In addition, make sure none of the cultivators who are still here leave. We'll close the door and beat the dogs. Yes, many thanks for your help, Master. Upon seeing this, Duan Yuanshan was overjoyed and quickly turned around, raising his voice as he shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, I have received orders from Sir Star Envoy to ask you to stay here for a while. Sir Star Envoy has some matters to attend to, and after they are done, you will be allowed to leave. I hope that you will cooperate. As soon as he said this, the noisy square below fell silent, as everyone looked at Duan Yuanshan in astonishment. Yang Kai, who was using the sound bead to contact Mo Shaoqi, couldn't help but raise his head and frown slightly. He didn't know what Duan Yuanshan and those from the Emperor realm wanted to do. However, the reputation of the masters from the Emperor realm was too great, so even though the cultivators who stayed in the square were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it, and just stood there obediently. The six from the Emperor realm gathered together on the high platform, and after a simple discussion, 4 of them suddenly disappeared, leaving only Xiao Yuyang and the young woman, Gao Shueting, behind. Right at this moment, the whole of Maplewood City buzzed, and a bright energy barrier appeared in the sky, covering the entire Maplewood City like a big bowl. Chapter 2015. This sudden change made many of the cultivators' faces turn ugly, but in fear of the strength of the masters from the Emperor realm, they didn't dare to show any disrespect. All of them began to guess what was going on. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang and Gao Shueting, who were sitting on the high platform, looked at each other and stood up together. In the next moment, 2 extremely powerful divine senses swept out in all directions and enveloped the entire square. Almost everyone stiffened at this moment. After all, being scanned by the divine senses of 2 Emperor Realm Masters was not something anyone would feel comfortable about. In front of these powerful divine senses, the secrets of one's body seemed to be exposed at any moment. But soon, these 2 divine senses were retracted, allowing everyone to relax. From the looks of it, quite a few people have indeed been affected. Xiao Yuyang suddenly smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, a stream of light shooting out from his fingertip. The stream of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a male cultivator in blue and shot straight at his abdomen. The cultivator in blue was a second-order origin king. Seeing the Emperor realm attack him, he couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, Star Envoy Master you. He couldn't figure out how a puny origin king like him could provoke the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace to personally attack him. Before he could finish speaking, the stream of light hit his lower abdomen. The man in blue couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if he had been hit by a huge force. He was sent flying and fell into the crowd. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his back. That stream of light shot out, but at this moment, it seemed to be wrapped in something. Everyone looked carefully, and was surprised to find that it was an oval cyan seed. Asterisk pa. Asterisk a soft sound rang out. The stream of light burst, and the seed also disappeared in the explosion, turning into dust. Vaguely, a sharp cry came from inside the seed. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone knew that there should be something abnormal in the blue-clothed man's body. And the reason why Xiao Yuyang attacked him was to get rid of this abnormality. Turning their heads again, the blue-clothed man whose body had been pierced by the stream of light looked pale at this moment, as if he had been seriously injured. But he stood up shakily, and wasn't in danger of dying. Xiao Yuyang didn't look at him. Instead, a cynical sneer hung at the corner of his mouth as he flicked his 10 fingers. Streams of light like the one just now shot out in all directions, hitting different cultivator in the crowd. At the same time Xiao Yuyang's actions, Gao Shueting also made her move. The young woman had a solemn expression on her face, as she formed seals in the air with one hand, which transformed into rune patterns. Shortly after, they split into many small nets, and shot out in all directions. Those small nets seemed to have their own spirituality, and quickly found their respective targets, directly covering the cultivator's body. Those cultivators covered by the small nets all let out a muffled groan. But the small nets seemed to pass through something invisible, and passed through the cultivator's body. But at this moment, cyan seeds appeared in these small nets. The young woman made another hand seal, and those small nets exploded. The seeds caught in the nets also exploded. What is this? A cultivator cried out in horror. He retreated. Although the 2 great emperors were venerable realm masters, and didn't intend to take anyone's life, after seeing that there was such a strange seed in the body of a nearby cultivator, many of the remaining people were still terrified. And at this moment, in the square, shrill screams came from all directions. Then, violent power surged. Among the crowd, strange tree-like existences suddenly appeared. At first glance, these things did not look any different from trees, but they exuded an extremely evil aura. In the center of the trunks there was a human face. Yang Kai was also shocked at this moment. He saw with his own eyes that a cultivator next to him had undergone a huge change in a very short period of time. This cultivator was originally talking and laughing with his companions, discussing the opportunity of entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, with an excited look on his face. But just now, he suddenly became extremely painful. At the same time, his abdomen lit up with a cyan light. His skin cracked and blood flowed out. And from his flesh, something seemed to have drilled out. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator turned into a tree-like existence in front of him. The cultivator's face was embedded in the center of the tree trunk, struggling and howling with a ferocious expression. Soon it stopped moving. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk green vines shot out from the inside of the tree, crazily lashing out in all directions. Several nearby cultivators were caught off guard, and one of them was pierced by the vines. A gurgling sound came from the vines, as if they were swallowing something. The pierced cultivator's body shriveled up in a very short period of time. Wood spirit! Yang Kai exclaimed. How familiar was this scene in front of him? It was the scene where he had encountered the wood spirit on the 2nd floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. But he never expected to see it again in this square of Maplewood City. At the same time as he shouted this, Yang Kai quickly retreated, while at the same time urging the fire sword chi of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to cut down the vines stabbing at him. With a bang, the fire sword tempering art cut off the top of the vines, and Yang Kai used this force to retreat. At this moment, many cultivators recognized the culprit behind this mutation, and in an instant, the name of the wood spirit began to spread across the square. All of you, circulate your strength to resist this king. Don't let the wood seeds invade your bodies, otherwise, your fate will be the same. Xiao Yuyang's angry shout suddenly came from the high platform. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood, and hurriedly circulated his strength, to cover his body to avoid being hit by the wood seeds. The other cultivators who reacted quickly were the same as Yang Kai. Some of the slower cultivators were lucky enough to escape, while others were unlucky and had the tiny wood seeds invade their bodies, turning them into wood spirit clones in a very short time. On the high platform, Xiao Yuyang coldly snorted, his strength surging violently as he pointed his finger and killed several wood spirit clones. Gao Shueting was also extremely powerful. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, she no longer showed any mercy and began killing the wood spirit clones. At the same time, the other 4 great emperors of the Emperor Realm were doing the same thing in Maplewood City. Previously, when many cultivators returned to the square from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, many of them had immediately left. Among these people, there were naturally cultivators whose bodies had been corroded by the blackwood seed. At this moment, seeing that the situation was not good, they all revealed their true forms. For a time, the 6 great emperors' venerable realm cultivators killed the wood spirit clones like they were chopping melons and vegetables. After realizing that the wood spirit was difficult to deal with, the cultivators of Maplewood City also exerted their strength to protect themselves. For a time, the entire Maplewood City fell into chaos, but the overall situation was still very clear. These wood spirit clones were not powerful, but their methods were too strange. The wood spirit seeds they emitted could silently invade a cultivator's body. However, if a cultivator was prepared, the chances of being invaded would be greatly reduced. With the cooperation of the many cultivators, the crisis of the wood spirit seemed to be quickly resolved. Half a day later, the corpses of the wood spirit clones were lying everywhere in Maplewood City. These corpses originally belonged to the cultivators of Maplewood City, but after being corroded by the wood seeds, they were transformed into another kind of existence. The 6 great emperors' venerable realm cultivators deliberately split up and patrolled the entire Maplewood City in order to avoid eliminating the root of the problem. Sure enough, they found some hidden wood seeds during this patrol. This situation lasted for 2 days before the chaos in Maplewood City gradually subsided. In these 2 days, thousands of cultivators in Maplewood City had died because of this. It could be seen how terrifying the wood spirit was. It did not even need to take action personally. It only needed to spread its wood seeds to achieve this. If it was really allowed to grow, it was likely that the entire Maplewood City would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Yang Kai finally realized how terrifying this fellow was. He felt that Mo Shaoqi's claim that the masters of the Emperor Realm had fallen at the hands of the wood spirit was not baseless. In these 2 days, he had been actively cooperating with the other cultivators to hunt down and find the wood spirit clones. After all the cultivators in Maplewood City had done so. If he did not do so, he would definitely be regarded as an outsider and be viewed as an enemy. During this process, Mo Shaoqi and Kong Si Ran had asked him many times about his safety. After hearing that he was fine, the 2 of them were relieved. After everything was settled, Yang Kai went to Spirit Pill Plaza to meet with Kong Si Ran and agreed on the next time he would come to Alchemy. Only then did he leisurely head to his rented cave mansion. He needed to properly sort out what he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. At the same time, in the City Lord's mansion, the venerable realm masters of the 6 great emperors had gathered together, with Duan Yuanshan still standing below. The expressions of the several masters of the Emperor Realm were not as relaxed as before. Instead, they were a little dignified. "Master, has the wood spirit really been completely destroyed?" Duan Yuanshan hesitated for a long time before asking cautiously. He had personally killed 2 of his confidants before, so he fully realized how difficult it was to destroy the wood spirit. So his mood was very heavy. "If I say that it has been completely destroyed, you definitely won't believe me." Xiao Yuyang raised his head and glanced at him. "Master means..." Duan Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. Xiao Yuyang sighed and said, "There are many kinds of wood spirits, each with different innate abilities. This wood spirit is truly beyond this king's expectations. This king cannot guarantee that it has truly ceased to exist in this world. Perhaps, there are still some hidden wood seeds that we have not yet detected. Duan Yuanshan looked shocked and said, "Even with master's means you can't be sure?" Gao Shueting said, "We can't be sure unless you summon all the cultivators in Maplewood City, and let us check them one by one with our divine sense. How could I dare to trouble the sixth master to mobilize so many people?" Duan Yuanshan was startled and hurriedly apologized. Chapter 2016. How many cultivator were there in Maplewood City? There were tens of thousands of Origin Kings and Origin returning Realm Masters, entering the five-colored treasure pagoda this time. Not to mention the people below. Although there were no exact statistics, there were at least 400,000 or 500,000 cultivator in Maplewood City, if not a million. With so many cultivator, if the 6 great emperors were to inspect them one by one, not to mention whether or not they had the time or energy to do so, even if they did, it would not be for a short period of time. During such a long period of time, there might be some kind of change. Therefore, this method was completely impossible to implement. Although we can't be sure whether the wood spirit is dead or not, you can rest assured that it has lost so many of its wood seeds. Even if it is not dead, I'm afraid its yuan qi has been greatly damaged, so it will be impossible for it to come out and cause trouble in a short time. You only need to instruct the city's cultivator to check their own condition to prevent any future trouble. Gao Shueting said lightly. Yes, master. With things having gotten to this point, Duan Yuanshan also knew that there was no other way, so he could only nod and agree. Good, you can leave now. We still have some things to discuss. Xiao Yuyang suddenly waved his hand and ordered. Duan Yuanshan apologized again, and quickly retreated, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Although this was his city lord's mansion, the Emperor Realm Masters in front of him were all extremely powerful, and were not people he could afford to provoke. It was already extremely rare for him to see even one of them, let alone all 6 this time, so how could he dare to disobey? After Duan Yuanshan left, Xiao Yuyang suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it, sending out an invisible force that covered the room where the 6 people were. 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Sung Yuan narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised and asked, Master Xiao, is there something you need to be so cautious about? Is it because of the wood spirit? Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi also asked in surprise. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly, naturally not. How could a trivial wood spirit make this king pay so much attention to it? This king is going to discuss something with you. It's about the Shattered Star Sea. Shattered Star Sea. As soon as he said this, the other 5 from the Emperor Realm couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple said thoughtfully, Master Xiao means, the entrance to the Shattered Star Sea is about to open? Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yuyang with excitement, as if they were very concerned about the Shattered Star Sea. A few days ago, I received a message from the great emperors. The entrance to the Shattered Star Sea is indeed about to open, but the great emperors are unable to calculate the exact time for the time being. They only know that it should be soon. Xiao Yuyang's expression turned solemn as he looked towards the south and cupped his fists slightly. Everyone naturally knew who the great emperor he was talking about was. In the entire southern territory, only one of the 10 great emperors could be called great emperors. The masters of Star Soul Palace, the great emperors of Bright Moon. Since it was said by the great emperors, it shouldn't be wrong. Gao Shueting nodded slightly. Master Xiao, are our sects aware of this matter? Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, Junior Sister Gao, rest assured. The great emperors have already sent a message to your sects to inform them of this matter. In addition, the great emperors have sent a message saying that since we are fated to meet here, we should discuss this matter briefly. So that's how it is. Chen Wenhao nodded and said, Although we are all in the Southern Territory, it is not easy for us to gather together, let alone the gathering of the 6 great forces. It is indeed a good opportunity to discuss this matter. The great emperors have the same idea. It saves us the trouble of arranging a time. Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, Everyone knows the reason why the Shattered Star Sea was born. It has a lot to do with the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. At that time, the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors dominated the world. How arrogant and unrestrained was he! He swallowed everything in the heaven-devouring great emperor and turned them into his own powerful capital. Even the sun, moon, and stars could not escape his grasp. In the end, he provoked the wrath of the heavens. He was not tolerated by the heavens and earth. Ahem. Feng Ming coughed lightly and said embarrassedly, Master Xiao, we don't have to take this false news that is known to the world seriously. Xiao Yuyang chuckled. Of course. The bottom cultivator knows that the heaven-devouring great emperor fell, because the great emperors were not tolerated by the heavens and earth. In fact, everyone knows what really happened. However, in that battle, the universe collapsed and the heavens and earth changed color. The shattered star sea was born as a result, forming its own world. Unfortunately, although the shattered star sea is vast, it can only accommodate Tao Source Realm cultivators. We are not fortunate enough to enter. If we enter rashly, we will only cause the shattered star sea to collapse. You should know that there are many broken stars in there, as well as many star sources. If we can absorb one or two of them, it will be of great benefit to us. As soon as this statement came out, the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor Realm were greatly tempted. But soon, everyone sighed again. Gao Shueting said, because of this, every time the shattered star sea opens, the people from the Emperor Realm are not allowed to enter. If not for this, we would have a good place to go. If junior sister Gao is interested, you can also go in and try your luck, Feng Ming chuckled. Gao Shueting coldly snorted. The great emperors have given their orders. I don't want to be killed by the great emperors. Brother Feng, if you don't take your life seriously, you can give it a try. Feng Ming was rebuffed and his face turned red, but he didn't say anything more. Although we can't enter, our disciples can bring back star sources, so why worry? If any of you want to sell them, my 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce will buy them all at any cost. Seng Yuan smiled lightly. I also want to say the same thing. My Violet Source Chamber of Commerce can be considered a big business, so we can afford to buy star sources, Lu Qi quickly added. The vice presidents of the 2 chambers of commerce looked at each other. Although they were both smiling, there were faint sparks flying between them. You two are really delusional, Xiaoyang chuckled. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The specific opening time of the Shattered Star Sea hasn't been determined yet. So don't you think it's too early to discuss this? However, the opening of the Shattered Star Sea has always been a grand event in my southern territory. Once the news spreads, even people from the other 3 territories will come. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. What we need to discuss now is how many people each sect can send. Inside the secluded home, all the barriers were opened, and the sealed world bead was left on the ground. Yang Kai had already entered the sealed world bead. He transplanted the several spirit grasses and medicines he obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda into his medicine garden one by one. He could only recognize less than half of these spirit grasses and medicines. He didn't recognize most of them, and didn't know what they were used for. Among them, there were several spirit mushrooms that were constantly changing colors. They were his first harvest from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, collected from the swamp. Judging from the world energy it was emitting, it was a Tao Source grade medicinal herb, and should be quite valuable. Although they had not been processed for so many days, these spirit mushrooms were still full of vitality. After transplanting them into the medicine garden, they instantly adapted. After all, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead had 5 earth vein beads to condense world energy, and a huge amount of heavy earth. Planting these spirit grasses and medicines here was much better than planting them in the medicine gardens of any great force. Yang Kai believed that in time, these spirit grasses and medicines would grow healthily. As for the 5 golden crystal grasses, Yang Kai knew what they were used for. But if he wanted to refine the golden crystal pill, he would need to purchase other herbs, so he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. Yang Kai transplanted them into the medicine garden. In addition to these harvests, There were also various monster beast body materials. Yang Kai sorted them out a little and prepared to sell them in a few days. In any case, he didn't need to refine any artifacts now, so these monster beast body materials were useless to him. So he might as well exchange them for source crystals. There was also a Dao source fruit. Yang Kai took it out and looked at it for a while before putting it away. He didn't have much desire for the Dao source fruit, but now that he had obtained it, it was naturally the icing on the cake. He believed that as long as he refined it into a Dao source pill, it would help him break through to the Dao source realm faster. Of course, the premise was that all of the Saint Qi in his body had to be converted into source Qi. Next, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and stared at it solemnly. The most important harvest he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, this time was this jade bottle. After absorbing a large amount of world principles in the 3rd layer, which not only allowed him to gain a preliminary understanding of principle strength, but also made up for the lack of principle strength in the sealed world bead. This jade bottle was the one he obtained from the 1st layer of the Soaring Dragon altar. The dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were basically all fake, formed by illusions, but only the thing in this jade bottle was real. At that time, he had used his demon eye of annihilation to see through all illusions. While he was inspecting the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar with Duan Tianxi and Zhongzi Jin, Yang Kai had quietly taken out another jade bottle and swapped it for something else. At that time, everyone was immersed in disappointment and anger at being fooled, so almost no one noticed Yang Kai's little trick. Only Qin Yu of the Qin family seemed to have noticed something. Later, she even asked Yang Kai about it, and Yang Kai almost thought she had discovered it, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized she was probably just suspicious and wasn't sure. What was inside this jade bottle Yang Kai didn't know. During those days inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had not taken it out to investigate. However, he vaguely guessed that the thing in this jade bottle should be related to a true dragon, because whether it was at that time or now, the real dragon scale on his chest was slightly hot, as if it had formed a strange resonance with the thing inside the jade bottle. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai placed the jade bottle in front of him and immediately opened the lid. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A loud dragon roar suddenly came out from the jade bottle. Yang Kai was startled, but before he could investigate what was going on, he saw a small figure jump out of the jade bottle. This small figure was only about the length of a finger and looked like a small snake. At this moment, it was covered in burning flames as it shook its head and rushed straight up. After breaking free from the shackles of the jade bottle, it turned around and immediately fled. Chapter 2017. Yang Kai did not expect such a thing to happen. If they were outside, this thing might have really escaped. But this was the sealed world bead's small sealed world after all. So, Yang Kai was only stunned for a moment before he reached out to grab it. The world energy in the small sealed world moved according to his will, and the small figure only managed to fly less than 10 meters before it was fixed in place by an invisible force. Even so, it was still struggling restlessly, and a series of resounding dragon roars could be heard coming from within. Only now did Yang Kai see its appearance. This was a true dragon that had shrunk countless times, and it was a crimson fire dragon covered in flames. Yang Kai was startled and asked in amazement, "A baby dragon?" But soon, he discovered that this was not the case. The thing that looked like a baby dragon was actually twisting and turning into a drop of crimson. It was only about the size of a pinky nail, but it was like magma. Even from 10 meters away, Yang Kai could feel the scorching power coming from it. Yang Kai's face changed and soon, as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, "Dragon blood, it's the blood of a true dragon." What was in the jade bottle was not a baby dragon, but a drop of true dragon blood. Judging from the previous scene, this was a drop of fire dragon blood. If a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute secret art were to obtain it, it would definitely be of great benefit. However, it was not useless to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai did not cultivate fire attribute secret art, he could integrate true dragon artifacts with his monster transformation secret art. The true dragon scale had been integrated into his body, covering the vital part of his heart. He had long been prepared to integrate the dragon bone sword into his body. The dragon bone sword was refined from a true dragon's spine and a dragon bead. It was only crudely refined back then. It did not harm its foundation, so there was no problem in integrating it. Integrating the dragon scale had given Yang Kai great benefits, and he had been constantly thinking about the dragon bone sword. But before, he was not strong enough to integrate it. Later, his strength had improved, but he did not have enough time. Now he had obtained another drop of true dragon blood. If he could integrate it properly, he might be able to obtain a part of the true dragon's power. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body. Yang Kai's expression changed, but deep in his heart was pleasantly surprised. Until this moment. Only then did he realize that the jade bottle containing the dragon blood was not an ordinary item. Probing it slightly, he found that the jade bottle was densely covered in restrictions and was extremely cold. This kind of cold was very strange. When he held it in his hand, he did not feel it at all, but he could use his divine sense to examine it. However, it seemed to be able to freeze divine sense. Only such a treasure could restrain a drop of dragon blood. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai, but he did not rush to integrate it. Back then, he had suffered greatly when he used the monster transformation art to fuse with the dragon scales. Therefore, he planned to do some research first before making any further plans. After making up his mind, he carefully put away the dragon blood. His figure flickered as he exited the small sealed world. Over the next few days, Yang Kai wandered around the major shops in Maplewood City. He even went to the black market a few times. The monster beast body parts he had obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were all sold by Yang Kai in exchange for a considerable amount of source crystals. After that, Yang Kai spent a lot of source crystals to purchase many strange ancient books before returning to his cave mansion and reading them behind closed doors. His experiences after entering the star boundary. He knew that he had to learn all kinds of information about the star boundary as soon as possible. So, although these ancient books were messy, they were exactly what he needed at the moment. Among them, there was an introduction to the star boundary's major sects, sealed worlds, and the distribution of forces. There were even some illustrations of the topography and landforms. This well-known information was not difficult to find. Yang Kai spent a few days reading, and finally had a general understanding of the star boundary. Some of the ancient books also recorded some secret information, but Yang Kai did not know whether it was true or not. Unfortunately, he did not find many records about the true dragon clan. He only knew that there was a dragon island in the star boundary, and there were many members of the dragon race living on that dragon island. However, he found a lot of information about integrating a true dragon artifact into his body. Most of them said that it required the assistance of a special secret art, and it varied from person to person. Even if someone could successfully integrate it, if their physique was not good enough, they would be killed by the backlash of the true dragon artifact. Yang Kai felt that he should have no problems. He had the monster transformation secret art, and his physique was tyrannical enough. He also had the golden divine dragon source, so he had the unique conditions to integrate a true dragon artifact. However, this matter could not be rushed. His top priority at the moment was to break through to the Dao Source realm. The promotion of a great realm was enough to make his strength undergo earth-shattering changes. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of his secluded home and went to Spirit Pill Plaza. According to his previous agreement with Kong Si Ran, he entered Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemy room to perform alchemy. 10 days later, when Yang Kai finished refining enough spirit pills and walked out of the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran was already standing there waiting with a smile on his face. Shopkeeper Kong. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and greeted, Alchemist Yang. Thank you for your trouble this time. Kong Si Ran seemed to be in a good mood, his smile wrinkling his old face. It's just an agreement. Shopkeeper Kong doesn't need to worry about it. Yang Kai smiled and said, Looking at shopkeeper Kang's expression, did something good happen? Not really, but the two alchemists sent by the headquarters arrived 5 days ago. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai understood. Kong Si Ran had been worried about the supply of pills in Spirit Pill Plaza. Previously, all the alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza had been poached by the rival alchemist pavilion. If it were not for Yang Kai refining pills for him several times, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down. Now that the alchemists sent by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce headquarters had finally arrived, Kong Si Ran's worries were resolved. Then I must congratulate shopkeeper Kong, Yang Kai said with a smile. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, if alchemist Yang can stay and continue to perform alchemy for Spirit Pill Plaza, then this old master. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, shopkeeper Kong, I'm afraid that's not possible. I told you before that I don't make a living by alchemy. The reason I agreed to your request last time was because I needed pill recipes. Now that the two alchemists sent by headquarters have arrived, I won't be performing alchemy again in the future. Kong Si Ran heard this and sighed. That's a pity. In fact, with alchemist Yang's ability, if you focus on alchemy, I'm afraid your future achievements won't be any worse than Grandmaster Huang Pu's. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since alchemist Yang has made up his mind, then this old master won't try to persuade you anymore. You have refined a large number of pills this time. So this old master will carefully calculate how many source crystals should be divided and send them to your cave mansion when the time comes. Many thanks, Yang Kai nodded. Then this old master will take his leave. Kong Si Ran nodded and walked out with Yang Kai. On the way out, Kong Si Ran suddenly said, Alchemist Yang, this old master will take the liberty to ask, are you in need of various pill recipes? Yes, shopkeeper Kong, do you have any connections? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If shopkeeper Kong has pill recipes that I don't know of, I can buy them. I'm sure you will be satisfied with the price. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, Alchemist Yang has shown this old master a great kindness. If this old master really has pill recipes, there is no harm in giving them to you. There is no need to mention the price. Shopkeeper Kong doesn't have pill recipes? Yang Kai was stunned. Kong Si Ran smiled mysteriously and said, although this old master doesn't, this old master knows a place that should have them. Moreover, if that place is real, not only will there be a large number of pill recipes, perhaps, there will also be the inheritance of an alchemy grandmaster. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Well, alchemist Yang, come with me. I will tell you about it in detail. Kong Si Ran thought for a while before leading Yang Kai to his room. After a while, the two entered the room, and Kong Si Ran asked someone to serve tea before he began explaining. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai learned that Kong Si Ran had information about the existence of a cave mansion, and that cave mansion was most likely left behind by an alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai had known about this information many years ago, but he had been limited by his strength and couldn't explore it thoroughly. However, he had inquired about it a lot, and even personally investigated it. So he was basically 80% sure that it was true. Is it really the cave mansion of an alchemy grandmaster? Yang Kai's heart was burning when he heard this and asked anxiously, which grandmaster did it belong to? Gong Sun Mu. I don't know if alchemist Yang has heard of this person. Kong Si Ran replied slowly. Gong Sun Mu? Yang Kai frowned, recalling the ancient books he had read a few days ago. He vaguely seemed to have seen this name before, but there was no detailed description. Kong Si Ran saw his expression and smiled slightly. If alchemist Yang has not heard of Gong Sun Mu, then you must know that among the 10 great emperors, there is one who has reached the pinnacle of alchemy. The wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes, among the 10 great emperors, only the wondrous pill great emperors reached the pinnacle of alchemy and was revered by all. Shopkeeper Kong, what is the relationship between Gong Sun Mu and the wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. Gong Sun Mu is one of the 3 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale. Originally, this old master was not qualified to know such a secret, but I have been inquiring about that cave mansion all these years, so I know more than others. Gong Sun Mu was the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, and he was also the youngest one. The wondrous pill great emperor seemed to be very fond of him, but I don't know how Gong Sun Mu offended the wondrous pill great emperors, and was expelled by the great emperors 3,000 years ago. In the end, he lived in seclusion in the southern territory, and died in a foreign land. It's really sad. Gong Sun Mu has such a great background, so how can shopkeeper Kong be sure that it is his cave mansion? Yang Kai was shocked, but he still asked cautiously. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Naturally, this old master has his reasons. Let me put it this way. When Gong Sun Mu was expelled from the wondrous pill great emperors, he had a servant with him. That servant was only responsible for taking care of his daily life, but he was later driven away by Gong Sun Mu, whose temperament had changed greatly. The information this old master obtained was from the descendants of that servant." Chapter 2018. Back then, Gong Sun Mu's status was illustrious, so even the servants by his side were not weak. After being chased away by Gong Sun Mu, they lived in seclusion in the southern region, got married, had children, and created their own family. But after generations, the family's descendants had varying aptitudes, so they eventually declined. More than 100 years ago, there was only one descendant left in this family, and when that descendant was being chased by his enemies, he was saved by Kong Si Ran. Unfortunately, that descendant was too seriously injured at that time, and Kong Si Ran was powerless to save him. Before that descendant died, he happily told Kong Si Ran the family's secret. This was also how Kong Si Ran was able to obtain information about Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion. But Yang Kai didn't have any doubts after hearing it. First, he had been in contact with Kong Si Ran for so many days, and he felt that Kong Si Ran was a good person, not an evil person, so there was no need for him to deceive him. Second, there were many coincidences in this world, and even he had experienced many of them. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "If that is really Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, then it is necessary to explore it. But why did shopkeeper Kong come to me? Your Chamber of Commerce is full of talents, and there are many people who are stronger than me, right? Wouldn't it be better to ask those people to go with you?" Kong Si Ran chuckled. "Alchemist Yang, you worry too much. My Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is indeed full of talents, and there are countless Dao Source Realm masters. If I ask them to go with me, the chances of success and safety will be greatly improved. But if that's the case, how much benefit will this old master get? Alchemist Yang should know that this is a private action, not a matter of the Chamber of Commerce. If the masters of the headquarters really know about it, this old master won't even be able to drink soup. This old master has always planned to find someone with similar strength to me to go with me. I hope Alchemist Yang can understand this." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "I understand shopkeeper Kang's concerns. It is this old master's fortune that Alchemist Yang can understand." "Alchemist Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since it involves alchemy grandmaster Gong Sun Mu, of course I am very interested." Kong Si Ran was overjoyed. "In that case it's settled. However, this old man still has a request." "Shopkeeper Kong, please speak." Kong Si Ran's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, "If there are still Dao Source pills left in that cave mansion, this old master needs to take one first." "That's not a problem." Yang Kai agreed without even thinking about it. Kong Si Ran was startled, not having expected Yang Kai to agree so quickly. A trace of gratitude appeared on his face as he said, "Many thanks, Alchemist Yang. This old master knows that his aptitude is lacking, and without a Dao Source pill, it would be impossible for him to break through to the Dao Source realm in this lifetime. However, how rare is a Dao Source pill?" This time, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old master was not fated to obtain the 3 Dao Source fruits. This old man will not be in a hurry to explore that cave. However, Alchemist Yang can rest assured, regardless of whether there are Dao Source pills inside or not, everything related to alchemy will belong to Alchemist Yang. As for the other things, The two of us will discuss how to distribute them later. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. When are we leaving? A month from now. In a month, this old master will be waiting for alchemist Yang at the pill shop. This old master also needs to make some preparations during this month. Also, there is also an auction being held in the city. This old master wants to join in on the fun and see if he can gain anything. I wonder if alchemist Yang is interested in coming along? Kong Si Ran asked. An auction is being held in the city? Yang Kai was stunned. Kong Si Ran chuckled and said, This time, my Maplewood City's cultivator obtained a lot of good things from the 5-colored treasure pagoda. So, the city lord master wants to hold an auction to allow everyone to exchange what they have. Perhaps during this auction, this old master can see the Dao source fruits. And since alchemist Yang is now a 3rd-order origin king, I'm afraid you should prepare a Dao source pill in advance, right? Indeed. When will the auction begin? And where will it be held? Yang Kai asked. Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai did not say whether he would go to the auction or not, only telling Kong Si Ran to join in on the fun if he had time. Naturally, Kong Si Ran had no objections. After leaving Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai thought for a while, but did not return to his secluded home, and instead headed straight out of the city. After a while, outside of Maplewood City, Yang Kai checked his bearings and flew towards the north. About 30 kilometers away from Maplewood City, there was a manor-like structure. The interior of this manor was quite spacious, with a small bridge overflowing water. The environment was quite tranquil and elegant. Yang Kai landed alone and swept a part of this manor with his divine sense, murmuring, It should be here. The reason he came here was naturally to fulfill the agreement he made with that guy named Zhang Gaoxian in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. The Zhang family was a somewhat famous family in Maplewood City, so Yang Kai only needed to inquire a little to know where it was located. The Zhang family's foundation was not located inside Maplewood City, but outside of it. After all, every inch of land in Maplewood City was worth its weight in gold, and it would not be cheap to house such a large family. But building a residence outside was different. Although the world energy here was not very rich, it was still enough for a small family to live in. Yang Kai glanced around and knew that the Zhang family should have some people who knew a little about spirit arrays, so they had arranged some simple spirit arrays in this manner to gather world energy. After obtaining a Dao source fruit from the Zhang family's Zhang Gaoxian, Yang Kai had to come here and take a look, as well as bring Zhang Gaoxian's other relics and instructions. There had not been much time before, so it had been delayed until today. Arriving at the main entrance, Yang Kai was about to shout when 2 streams of light suddenly shot out from inside the main entrance, each of them giving off a fierce aura as they headed straight for his face. Behind the 2 streams of light, 2 figures also rushed out, each of them forming a series of hand seals as their eyes turned red. It was as if they had some kind of irreconcilable hatred for Yang Kai, and were determined to kill him as soon as possible. Yang Kai was stunned. However, he did not put these 2 people's attacks in his eyes. After all, the cultivations of these 2 people were not very high. One was a 2nd-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the other was a 1st-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even if they attacked with all their strength, how much threat could they pose to him? As such, Yang Kai stood in place and did not move, instead raising a finger and flicking it forward. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 streams of light that were heading towards his face were shattered. Seeing this, the expressions of the 2 people who had followed behind him froze for a moment. But soon, they rushed forward with fierce expressions, as if they were not afraid of death. Using some kind of secret technique, they each spat out a mouthful of blood essence, causing their auras to soar. Yang Kai's brow furrowed immediately, and without waiting for these 2 to summon any kind of artifact, he leisurely released his territory field. In an instant, these 2 people felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, their bodies stiff and unable to move, but their expressions were filled with extreme anger as they glared at Yang Kai. Is this the Zhang family's residence? Yang Kai maintained the power of his territory field to suppress these 2, and asked faintly. Both of these men looked to be about 30 years old, one fat and one thin. Hearing this, the fatter man coldly snorted. Why ask when you already know the answer? If you want to kill us, just kill us, no need to talk nonsense. Although the thinner man did not say anything, the sharp look in his eyes obviously meant the same thing. What happened to the Zhang family? Yang Kai was not a fool. Seeing this situation, how could he not guess what was going on and could not help frowning? You're really long-winded. Since you're here to work for the Liu family, why put on such an act? The fatter cultivator coldly snorted, a look of disdain on his face. The thinner cultivator sneered and said, that old bastard Liu Baichuan pretends to be sanctimonious. The people he invited are naturally the same. Why is third brother so surprised? The fat cultivator laughed loudly. Yes, it's third brother who was stupid. Saying so, he spat fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed. I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. I don't know any Liu Baichuan, nor do I know the Liu family you speak of. It was only because you suddenly attacked me that I fought back. Since you don't know that old thief Liu Baichuan, why have you come to my Zhang family? At this moment, a voice full of energy suddenly came from inside the manor. Then, a silver-haired old woman walked out step by step with the support of a young girl. She held a wooden staff that was as tall as a person in her hand. Behind the old woman, there were many others. This old woman was not young, her face full of wrinkles and brown age spots. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense, and immediately understood that this old woman was a first-order origin king. And she should have injured her foundation recently. So the Saint Chi in her body was somewhat chaotic. However, what puzzled him even more was that these people who followed the old woman were all women, middle-aged women, young girls, and even a few children. The only males present were the fat and thin martial artists, who had launched a sneak attack on him before. It was as if all the men in this family were dead except for the fat and thin men. Yang Kai waved his hand and dispersed his territory, releasing the fat and thin men. The two men were tactful and seemed to realize that the gap in strength between them and Yang Kai was huge, so they didn't continue to tangle with him. Instead, their figures flickered, and they arrived beside the old woman, assuming a protective posture as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. This one is Yang Kai. Greetings, old madam. May I ask if this is the Zhang family? Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. Yes, this is the Zhang family, the old woman replied in a deep voice as she tapped her staff. It's good that this is the Zhang family. Yang Kai smiled lightly and hesitated for a moment before asking, Old madam, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Why did you attack me as soon as I arrived? Misunderstanding? The old woman sneered. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not depends on who you are here for. You said before that you don't know that old thief Liu Baichuan? Yang Kai shook his head and said, Never heard of him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.